Okay, guys, we should be live. If you're in the chat, say hi. I know we've got a few people here, so I'll do a few hellos. We've got Venomized Toothless. Hello. I think Noxie's still here, so hello to Noxie. I'm sure Tegan was here early as well. Tegan said hi, so hi. I expect Koi's lurking in the background, but Koi didn't even see the message and picked Diamond Head. So if you're just joining, guys, there is a poll at the top of the chat. If you select which alien you want on that one to win, for us to draw today. Hello, Matthew. For us to draw today, and then we will actually draw that alien. I think Diamond Head's winning at the moment, so we may be doing a Diamond Head as an anime heroine. So female hero. I've kind of got an idea for a series on this that I'm just thinking of doing on the channel, so I may take whatever characters we do here, I'll swap them out with whichever characters are going into the storyline. But the general idea is, I thought maybe we could put them in an alternate dimension where there's a female version of Ben Tennyson who has a watch as the quirk. They're in the universe of basically My Hero Academia in the high school, and the watch either summons or turns it into these heroine forms with their unique abilities and attributes. So completely different character or persona, kind of like a possession or a transformation, which I thought could be quite cool. So that's the idea I was going with that for a series. If you guys want to see that, that'd be really interesting. I think we can have a lot of fun with that. That could be a really cool series on the channel. So potential new series there, guys. Also, I guess I should ask in the chat, are we going to do like a close-up picture? So sort of like the most of the body, or are we going to do a full body picture on this one? We're not going to do a full painting style. It's going to be more like the Bowersetti style, like the cross between the two. Stella says, I am here. Welcome, Stella. Glad you can make it to the stream. Just give it a little bit for the a few people to join, and then we will close the poll and see who's winning. I think Diamond Head's still winning at the moment, so that'd be an interesting one to do. Adverts. You may have noticed I've got some of my artwork on here. If you're a long-time subscriber to the channel, this is some of the earlier artwork I did on the channel. I did all the original 10 Ben 10 aliens before I started doing lore and content. So we've got Heat Blast above me and a Diamond Head below me, which would be quite good for reference. We can also see the difference in style from these to how it is now, which is a bit of a nice little added touch. That's not a problem, Noxie. Wildmutt's going to be added in to the series or drawn at some point. I'm doing all the original 10 aliens to start it off. And I'm doing the aliens from the first series. So if Diamond Head wins this one, then in the actual video I'm going to do for this, if we don't do another live stream beforehand, Wildmutt will be in it. The first episode had the 4 options. I think the order was Heat Blast, Wildmutt, Diamond Head, and Accelerate. But got you guys to pick what you want to see this time, so it's not a problem. We will be having a anime heroine. That's a mouthful for me. An anime heroine, Wildmutt at some point. I think we could probably close the poll there. So I'm going to end the poll, and it looks like Diamond Head won, which is quite cool. Hi Justin, welcome to the stream. And guys, if you haven't already, please leave a like on the video. If you can get to 20 likes, I think YouTube will try and push this out to more people and get the stream out there, which would be quite good. Justin, you've got good news. You seem to have a lot of good news this week. Gaming Squad, hi. Welcome to the stream. Right, so as I said, I'll just recap quickly for you guys. We're going to turn a Ben 10 alien into an anime superhero, and I've got the idea they could be in the world of My Hero Academia or something. So I'm going to come up with a kind of a costume for them, a pose, and basically turn them into a female superhero in training. That sounds cool, Stella. Oh, Justin got a shiny Frostlass and Dratini. Well done. I haven't played the game in a while, so I will probably try and do that at some point this weekend or next weekend. Um, just trying to think of what we could do for a pose for the character. I did a bit of research earlier, so I'm just looking at the potential options.
Zero accounting software makes running your retail business easier. It connects with your card reader, payment system.
One day we'll have no adverts on the music.
That's not.
What did Red Knight put? Hello, Red Knight. Hi, the Knight in Red is here. I think, Noxy, I will probably do a Monster Hunt video this year for definite. Sorry, Monster Hunter. Say Monster Hunt. A Monster Hunter video this year. I've been wanting to do it, and whether I turn them into more SCP kind of versions or the monsters in kind of like a more humanoid form, I'm not sure. But I've definitely got it on the list of things to do. It's one that I've wanted to do since I watched the movie. So that's quite cool. Okay, let's think of a pose we can do for the character. I do kind of want to do one of the arms as, or part of the arms having a form of diamond blade or something on it. I haven't quite decided yet, but if we start planning out a rough pose, it could be quite interesting. Red Knight says Monster Hunter as Transformers. Possibly. That could be quite an interesting one as well. I haven't done Transformers in a while. Noxy says a hot pose. I was debating doing something like that, but I think because we're making them a hero form, we'll just stick to a normal like dynamic pose. If it was more of a digital painting one, maybe later on I'll do a digital painting version of the characters in much more sort of like a digital painting kind of vibe style, which can have more of an upper body and pose and stuff. But we'll stick to the normal stuff for now. Can we do the pose where Ben finished turns into Diamond Head, but still in the background scene? I'm not entirely sure. Is that from the first episode in the cartoon? Is that from one of the other ones? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what you mean, what pose you mean there, Justin. Yeah, Red Knight, if I do a kind of like a blade or something, I will be turning the character's hand into it. Oh, Noxy, you've got to use references. You've got to. It makes it so much easier, and your artwork will go up. You'll learn a lot from them. It shows up in more than one episode. Ah, okay. Ben says hi, so hi Ben, welcome to the stream. Geordie Wolf says, hey guys. Hey Geordie, welcome to the stream as well. Right, let's figure out a pose for our heroine. Got to get the rough basic shape in play, and then we can make it quite interesting. I did see a nice pose earlier. Do we want... I'll leave it to you guys, actually. Oh, cool, Justin. Hello, the boss lady. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's Stella. That's possible, but that's kind of getting more like Cerulean Edge that we just did. So it will probably be one hand as a blade, or maybe just controlling some giant diamond type hands coming out of the ground or something. Actually, should we do that? Should we do a pose, kind of like crouch down with the hands on the ground, and then these giant, like diamond-shaped hands coming out behind? Or would that not work? Gaming Squad says Pokemon as Transformers. That could be another video idea. I do need to do some more Transformer content on the channel. Haven't done that in a while. Alright, just give me a second, guys. Yeah, he did. He did do an episode with Pokemon's Transformers as well as Pokemon's Superheroes. But that's quite a while ago, so we could do our own spin on that. Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to add a bit of like either using the powers or being dynamic in this one. So maybe the hand in the ground would be quite good. Hello, Galahan19. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Ideally, if we're going to do like down into the ground pose, kind of want. I want to make it more dynamic, so let's just sketch in a rough body shape. Let's see if I can do this without a reference. We'll just see what happens on this one. Actually, just going to double check focus mode and turn off notifications. So when it's onto the ground, the kind of upper putties around here, I will make these more slender and female-like. I just want to get the rough body shape. I'm so used to drawing male characters. It's kind of I just want to see how this pose works. It's almost going to be like a frog pose in a sense. Ooh, I've missed some. Give her loads and loads of bling, maybe. Galhan19 says, I think you should have a leaping out with like diamond blades or something. Yeah, I did think about that. I just want to see how this kind of concept works first. The idea is if we're going to be doing the a dynamic pose, it's either the hands in the ground or something and then big diamond hands or stuff from behind, or it's going to be something where it's more dynamic through the air. I'll do a couple of rough sketches for kind of like the pose bits for what we want to do, just to obviously these aren't in proportions, these are like the roughest sketches going for the whole character concept. So that'd be more like that with kind of like giant kind of hands. breaking up the kind of ground. As I said, guys, I'm just playing with the idea at the moment. Doing the kind of like general pose of this one to try and just get an idea. So that's the ground version. And we'll see what happens about the jumping in the air pose. Venomized Toothless says, actually I was introduced to this cool anime called Trigun. That's an awesome anime. Is that the newer stuff, or is that the original series of Trigun? Because it's absolutely hilarious, the original series. Yeah, I did have a look at that as one of the possible ones to do an Anime Heroes as Dragons. Take the main character from Trigun, the blonde-haired guy, and just literally have some fun. But we'll see what happens on that. Red Knight's going to be working on new poses for his OC, Dr. Virus. Nice. Oh, I've missed a question up here. Let's have a look. Galahan19 says, hey Dempsey, what TV series or anime would you recommend to... Is that supposed to be to us? Guyver Bio Booster Armor was the one that got me started in the whole anime stuff, which is quite good. I mean, most of the ones you guys would have probably seen. I'm quite enjoying the Ice Blade Sorcerer will Rule the World, and the Rising of the Shield Hero Season 2 is quite good as well. I guess it just depends on what type of ones you want to do. If you're more into sci-fi stuff and that, then or mecha and magic, Knights and Magic's a really good one. All of these are on Crunchyroll. Ninja ones obviously would be stuff like Naruto, or there was another one, I can't remember what it was called. There was another one I started watching the other day. I guess it just depends on what you want to, what your favourite type of genre is. Alright, and currently I'm just testing out Ganahound 19's suggestion of jumping out with blades, which is always a fun thing to have. As I say, these are really rough sketches, and I'll tidy these up. I just want to get an idea for the whole pose and the composition if I was to do a jumping out pose. It's kind of a the worst construction lines I've ever done, but I'm doing these quick so I don't actually think of them much. But if she's coming out with kind of like the blade to slash or something, maybe that's a normal hand actually. That could be more of a normal hand. Yeah, let's take that bit out. That bit will be there, but that might be an arm that comes out to here just to balance out a bit or something with the hand. And so yes, potentially that would be maybe more coming across the body this way. Thinking about a body in motion, how it may look. So it'll be a bit contorted around here, with the leg taking the main bulk of the scene there. So that, with that leg down, would be going back that way a little bit. It's weird, the body, when you think about anatomy and gesture posing and that, the body goes in a really weird way. Like if you're coming down with a leg up and an arm up this way, your other half of your body will be kind of, that arm goes down, this arm will go up, if that makes sense. So when the arm's here and the body's twisted, the other arm has no choice but to be in the background, or sorry, the front arm's here and the body's twisted. The back arm kind of has a bit of freedom, but if you're coming down as a blade, it might be coming down in a straight slash, if that makes sense to you guys. So we'll see what happens on that. I have also stopped the chat from scrolling, so I'll catch up with that in a while. Hey Money Fishman, I've just seen your message. Welcome to the stream. We're taking a Ben 10 alien and turning it into a kind of like a female hero who's doing something. Now this one's kind of like a dynamic pose for the blade. So I kind of want the arm, maybe the arms. I want it to be mid-spin, so maybe the arm's already kind of here and kind of sort of turn into the blade. I kind of feel that needs to be twisted here a bit more, and that arm needs to be down and needs a bit of a tweak in a few areas, but the general or actually that. I'm trying to think how it would be. It may look weird me doing this, but I'm trying to think of the motion coming along. Okay, actually, that's fine. The legs need swapping. Believe it or not, the legs actually need swapping a little bit on the motion. So what I need to do is bring the body down this way a bit more. Down and have the actual leg and here, and then that far leg's going to be that way if they're doing a dynamic movement. But this one's also going to be up a bit more. So the idea is you've kind of got this weird body line here, with the other leg being the giving me training behind a bit. It's really difficult to work out a dynamic pose in the air. Just so you guys know, this is really weird to do. Let me give you guys a check of the chat. So you sent it, Justin, did you send it on Discord or something? Hey, Crazy for a Day. Welcome. You haven't missed much. And notifications are really weird with YouTube. In fact, I get notified of my videos 3 or 4 hours after they go out via YouTube via the app. it'll tell me my video has gone live 3 hours after it's gone live. I may want to watch it. It recommends it to me. So it's really weird, the notification system. Chainsaw Man with a Ben 10 in? Possibly, that'd be quite interesting. Justin says, can we do something with a Generate Rex in a live stream at some point? Potentially, yes. I did think about venomizing him at some point or something. Galhound19, is this the guy that fused, I commented on the other day, they fused a couple of Ben 10 aliens together like Heat Blast and Chromastone and that? Because if it is, I think I subscribed to them. I did quite liked their style. I think they're relatively new, but it was quite cool. They've got like this little virtual character with a crown and that pops up talking throughout the bits. I've watched a couple. They're not bad. I quite liked it actually. Gaming Squad, Pokemon fused with other Pokemon. Possibly, that could be another one. Pokemon fusions. Yeah, it could do Crazy for a Day. That's the beauty of it. We could potentially have 2 series. So I guess the question is, do we want a dynamic pose in the air and I'll find one? Or do we want to have it where it's more of the ground effect with something coming out? I mean, this one has more of an impact, but this one could be a bit more dynamic in the air. Obviously, I'll find a better reference to use. I'm just trying to get an idea of the feel. Or do we want to do something else? How about doing a role swap episode? Take some iconic movie villains, say Darth Maul and that, and design them as good guys. Possibly. That could be quite good. Maybe maybe he summons them from a watch or something, like their summons, and they appear, and while they appear, he kind of like just hides away somewhere, or the watch makes him invisible, like puts him in like this pocket dimension where he can see what's going on and communicate with them, everything around them, but nobody else can see him or anything, so they don't know what's going on. Oh, Justin, I don't really have one. Race Against Time was quite good for Ben 10 live action. I don't really... yeah, I don't really have a favourite one. I'll have to rewatch them and then I'll let you know. Oh, that's a nice idea, Stella. Persona characters as dragons. Nexum and the others are doing not so good. They're stuck in their universe as a Pokemon. I haven't come back to that yet. The boss lady says dissection. I think that's when I split the character apart. Possibly Galhan 19. I could have a look. The Arty Dude. Hey, I'm good. How are you? I think the boss lady likes the idea of High School Musical characters as Ben 10 aliens. Hey, have you heard Teddy Tales making a comeback? Oh, Popcross is one. Yeah, no, I get you Crazy for a Day. We figured it would be that one. The ground one. Yeah, I think this one's probably going to be the one that we're going to go with. All in all, I think we can have a lot of fun with this, and I'll find a decent reference a second for a pose that we could use. I want a dynamic ground pose, kind of like... Oh, that's nice. That's a nice pose. I'm going to tweet that. Okay, so I'm going for a ground pose, but I'm going to change the perspective on it. Okay. I'll catch up with the chat a second first, and then we'll get straight into it. I'm just going to do a rough... Because obviously the character's the main aspect to this, so... Let's just get a rough section shaping for this, because this will be quite cool. And you'll see the difference. Now that I'm using a reference image for bits, you actually see quite a big difference when doing a pose. I mean, the pose itself is of a character or a person, and just literally in a ground type pose, but I quite like the... I will sort these out with... left hand. It kind of reminds me like a Spider Gwen pose. This. What else have we got in the chats before I miss everything else? Oh, nice, the arty dude. Getting art supplies is always really good, especially when you're doing a traditional medium. It's always the fun of it. Obviously, leaping out action pose would be cool. Yeah, it might. I might do both at some point. We'll do the ground pose for this, make it dynamic, and then I think later on I will do a further one. Red Knight says, "For read your video, your OC go in other worlds and battle RAC like Nixon versus Dr. Virus." We will see. At the moment, the team that they fought before with Necromaven that still exists in the universe, and I've got to figure out if they're coming back into the storyline. So we'll see what happens to that. Otherwise, I'm going to be introduced too many characters. Nox says, "I can't wait for this month's redraw." Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I've got a nice plan for that one if all goes well. So we will see what happens. It is really weird trying to draw a pose of a character when you can't see all the body, but you can just see certain aspects. Then you've got to remember how things go. But the main concept behind this, ideally, is that if I can get this basic pose down, it really does remind me of like a Spider-Man spider character pose, which is really cool. But you can see the difference already in using a reference for a pose compared to what I sketched a minute ago. So my quick sketch was this kind of forwards, hands down approach, but then looking for references, I found a really good picture. And it's just literally a person like that, a girl like that, just in a pose down with the legs, kind of like just a crouch down, skatery type pose. But it works so well for what I've got in mind for this piece now, which is quite good. Cool. Alright, let's continue with the poses, because I need to get... There's another reason for this. Because we're doing a hero character, I want to kind of have like the hair... Diamond Head's got a bit on the head that goes back, as you can see below. It's got kind of like a spiked head effect. So I'm going to do kind of like the green hair going back for this heroine, and then you need to have the elements on the back as well. So there's going to be some actual diamond shapes from Diamond Head on the back, kind of like that on the back of this character, which I'll make working, but they look kind of like a bit like wings. So I'll get those hooked in a little bit once I finish a bit more of this pose. Yeah, it is a really nice pose. I saw this and I was like, shall I? And then it's like, yeah, I've kind of got to just go with this pose now. So it's going to be hand down, Both hands down? One hand down? Could possibly do crystals on it. Why not give her a helmet or a headpiece with her hair coming out of the sides? Possibly. I need to see how it works. I'll draw the hair in first, and then we'll see what we put over the top, because I need to get the shape and form. Hair is the hardest part for me to draw on any character, even more so than hands and feet. So it's going to be a bit insane how to get this, but I want quite long flowing hair on this character to a degree. I also think the head kind of needs to be a bit larger. And the arm needs to be a bit more. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll try and put the elbow on the knee a bit, and then just do a... We wanted a bladed hand, didn't we? So maybe if I... give a kind of like a diamond hand in all of this. Give her a diamond hand. Okay, so I like this pose so far. I want to figure out the hair, so... yeah, it is. It's even harder to colour hair in to look more like the anime style. It's so simple, but it's really tricky. So we'll see how that turns out on this one. I've had very little practice in this style I like. Hey, when do you think Sean Levy will make Deadpool 3? Do you think they'll introduce Mr. Synod as the main villain? Or will it be like that comic Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe? I've got no idea. It depends which way they go. I expect if they make a Deadpool 3, they could probably bring back Wolverine and have Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman battle it out. I know they teased about that. It'd be awesome to see that, and that would be my favourite idea for a Deadpool 3. Red Knight says, if Necron Raven doesn't come back, then Dr. Virus gets a part on the team. It doesn't quite work that way. Unfortunately, it would be more a case of if he didn't come back, then there'll be a reason for him not coming back, and I don't know if there would be another part on the team. I mean, that team's already overpowered, so it would depend on the whole team itself. Right, so I want the hair to go that way, that way, that way, that way. So let's just clear that there a minute. Oh, where are they? There's two books somewhere around where you are. Two books underneath there. I'm going to look at reference pictures, and I'll show you two resources I've got for anime stuff. Should be underneath the tray. Yes. Thank you. So, I came prepared. I have two anime books. One's tips and tricks on drawing, the master guide drawing characters, and both are by Christopher Hart. And I'll show you the inside of them in a minute. And another one's drawing the Fashion Bible. But I want the first one because for you guys and for me, it breaks down drawing stuff like feet, let's find the idea. Do one. drawing hair. I'm trying to show you guys, but basically all the steps to drawing like hair, and then the same face but with different hair bits on. So exactly the same face but different hairstyles. So I want to get an idea for some hair that might look cool on this character. So I'm going to just quickly look at a reference, and there's no harm in looking at references. It's just making sure we've got the tips and tricks, and I'll tell you whatever tip or trick I use from this. If I see one that I like the idea. It's got basic body proportion stuff. I might actually put some of this stuff on Patreon. Videos, tutorial on this and that. Oh, this one's got some pose designs, that's fine. That might work actually. She's kind of a ponytail. I'm just taking a quick... She can have some bangs and a ponytail. I'll do the hair roughly across there. And then we can do a ponytail coming off the side bit. Okay, that's cool. When in doubt, use a reference picture. And then give her some funky wild hair coming off here, and we'll sort the face out in a minute, but that main shape of that face is going to change in a minute. What have we got? There's more in the chat I've missed, so... Yeah, Galanity. I'm hoping Spider-Man 4 will have a Venom symbiote, the Black Spider-Man, in there of some form or another. Thanks, Noxy. It's kind of one of those cool poses that can class as like a Spider-Man-y type pose, as well as another style of pose, which is quite good. But I do want to do a bit of a... Got another reference, actually. The secret to these art bits is finding poses that have stuff that you quite like in the design. And this working on stuff afterwards. I mean, this hair may get refined a bit more, but I kind of like the idea of some bangs that could be more diamondy in shape, maybe. So she could have some almost sharper style bangs in her hair. But this is where all the harder part of the design comes into play. You've got to get this right for it to kind of work as a hairstyle, and hairstyles are not that easy to tie down and sort. It's weird. I've probably chosen something way out my comfort zone with this. Even though I can draw anime characters and that, drawing my own original anime character isn't something I've done in a very long time. So this could be quite an interesting rendition today. I do want to have the hair a little bit crazy on a few bits. And then come around here. I think we're going to have a... I think we should have some kind of like crystal rock shapes, like diamonds, for the back of the headband type thing, the hair. Obviously I've got to tidy all these lines up afterwards, and that's where it's really going to pop. It's going to be quite interesting. I've got no idea what she's going to be wearing yet, Galahad 19. It could be a combination of a few things. We'll have to see. Yeah, Noxy, I watched Jazza. He's got some amazing videos and a nice mixture of different mediums, which is quite cool. Oh, that's awesome. If you guys haven't liked the video or the stream, please like it if you're enjoying it. If we can get to 20, hopefully it'll push it out there to more people. Are you on about the Ben 10 movie? You know, the actual animated movie reboot? Because I quite liked that. Artie dude, I use a... If you go back to some of my coin pick videos on the channel, in the description it lists all the ones that I use of where you can get them on Amazon. Possibly the Android 18 one might have it on there. I use a graphite pencil. I can't remember the name of it, but I use this basically this graphite pencil that you can change the leads that you buy and put it in, and I sharpen it really sharp and it works amazing. I recommend a putty rubber though, because that works brilliantly at getting rid of the pencil lines when you do them light. Galahad 19, I have thought about that one. I'm selecting heroes for the storyline to match the Greek and mythological gods. As I said before, I want to get the research right on that because of a lot of shows recently, like Records of Ragnarok, bringing out all the gods from the different mythologies. I kind of want to get the storyline right for that because that's quite big at the moment across Netflix and a few other bits. But no, I have got that on my list. It is something I quite like the idea of doing something with Greek or Egyptian or mythology and the gods. So definitely one that I'm looking at. Oh, Artie, dude, do you mean like proper sketching, as in just sketching the pencils for it, or do you mean like a set of sketching pencils? Because graphite ones are probably still going to be the best ones that I've used. Hey, DempseyJ Gaming. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's get back on with this because we need to get working on this one. Quite like this dynamic pose. Not sure if we've got anything in there, but let's get Diamond Head for a reference now because I need to look at how certain things are on Diamond Head's actual design. Right, so I can actually be quite cheeky with this. Let's just look at the face. So just going to pencil in a normal type of anime face at the moment. I will tweak it. I'm just roughly sketching in where the mouth and stuff will go. I kind of have the feeling this one's going to be interesting to do. She kind of has... Okay, so the eyes are going to be a bit more interesting on this one. I want to do... Little tip, just draw the eyes where you think they'll go and ignore the lines you've done before, because sometimes anime stuff looks quite cool when you have the lines overlapping a bit on some of the stuff. I will adjust the eye in a minute. I'm just... Oh my god, that's way funky. I'll adjust the eye now because that looks so wrong. Undo. Digital, the undo button is your best friend. Stella says, for my drawing style, I added some grain with a charcoal brush, then airbrush on top with a light yellow, then I let the obesity of both of them while merged. I think you mean the opacity, but I do like that. That sounded quite funny. Okay, see you later, Red Knight, if you're going, and thank you for joining the stream, and be sure to make sure you've liked the stream before you go, and we'll catch you next time. Yeah, I'm not using a reference for the eyes, but the eyes aren't so bad to do a bit of a reference on. I will tweak them slightly though in a minute, because I think they need to move somewhat, potentially, or be shrunk a little bit for the style, but we'll see what happens. Crazy eyes. That's not too bad. We'll leave it like that for now and we'll see what happens in a minute. I do want to tweak these bangs though. Maybe they need to be a bit... I like the some of it coming in and then... Do we do longer bangs, or do we just do really funky style where you've got just a couple of bangs coming in on the side and they just go? I quite like that actually. We'll do the funky couple of bangs at the side. Yeah, autocorrect's an absolute nightmare on that. Yeah, it might do, but once we change the colours a bit in that, Justin, I think it'll look less Samus and more interesting, which would be quite cool. I do have some reference images I will probably load up on another screen for anime style hair. I've also just noticed I'm on the TV in here. DempseyJ Gaming has put the stream on our TV, so
Yeah, just so you can see it on a bigger screen.
just so I can see it on a bigger screen, even though
Every time you look up.
every time I think I've got it there.
And you can know if the screen freezes and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Third monitor.
Oh, that's quite cool, Noxie. The arty dude. I got 4 colouring books, 3 giant ones, 1 dinosaur, 1 Marvel, and 1 Spider-Man, and then a small Marvel one, and got premium colouring pencils. Nice.
You have a Marvel one.
I've got 2 Marvel ones, I think.
Yeah.
I got an Avengers one as well,
Yeah.
which is quite cool. I do want to make sure that she's got like yellow eyes. I'm kind of trying to keep to the original. So Diamond Head's got darker eyes, hence why I've done the thicker sort of like lines around the side for her, just so it stands out a little bit on the eyes. But also, yellow eyes would probably make this pop a bit more against the green for the rest of it. I feel that's not quite... I feel that's got to be more... Do you want this out a bit here to be a little bit more... Do we want the arm out, or do we want it posed back around the back of the head like that, with the blade going across the back? No, actually, we'll stick the arm out a bit. I just remembered I have to add these weird bits on Diamond Head's back that she's going to have. Which are rather funky in design. I think that back bit's going to go up here and kind of be more... funky design for this one. I think a key thing to note is the pose makes the difference in the actual design. So this is looking quite cool at the moment, which also helps. Welcome back, Crazy for a Day. Hopefully it was a good video. The arty dude's got to go. Not a problem. Thank you for joining, and be sure to catch the rest of the stream later. And if you jump back in, I'll say hi again. So it says, yes, welcome to the new episode of Dempsey. Today we draw Diamond Head as a heroine. Yes. And Justin, they might exist, but I think what I'll do is maybe they're the bad guys in this one. They're working with Vilgax or something on this one. Would be quite an interesting concept. I feel I want to put the fingers in kind of like a crystal formation on this.
Make how many nails crystals?
I'm on about the hand that's in the ground. I know in the series it doesn't really do much, but I think having these crystals in the ground, sort of like the green diamond effect from the fingers and the thumb, will probably be rather cool because it's going to make the hand a bit more interesting in design. Now that's in the ground, it kind of gives the feel that the hand's in the ground, we can have this giant hand behind happening. I do think that arm's a little bit... I don't know, it just seems a bit not right in length, thin. I think that's better. another tip from time to time is to actually flip your image a bit. So if you can, digitally, flip it horizontally from time to time. It will allow you to see bits that aren't quite right, such as that leg didn't look quite right. And it helps you kind of get back to what you're doing in the pose. And is that right for the back of that character? I do have the reference image somewhere in here. Is that the one? Yes. So it comes down and then it goes along. So that is right. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I have, no, I'll leave the hair on that bit. So we've got this bit here, we've got the diamond hand. I kind of feel that needs to be a bit wider. And much larger for the kind of blade that's on there. Without the diamond stuff. For a demon episode, that was hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that at some point then. I don't like that idea. What idea don't you like? Well, oh, the plumbers being... Justin, you know about the plumbers being the bad guys? It's not Ben 10 aliens on heroin, it's Ben 10 aliens as heroines, which are female heroes in the anime type of setting. The plumbers aren't always good guys or bad guys. They kind of float between the two. Like, you had Phil was a bad guy, but he wasn't really a bad guy. So it will be interesting to see what happens, but yeah, we'll see what's happening. Right, so the costume on her kind of needs to split down the middle if we're going to do a diamond head design. But I want to add some extra elements to it, so let's have a look at another reference I've got. I'm not sure. Hang on, there's black up boots. About a guy, a chump, and the boss lady's done a weird face on there. I'm not sure what that's in retaliation to, unless it's retaliation in relation to. But yeah, that's interesting. Have you seen the trailer for Ruby View Justin League film? If so, I haven't seen that Galahad 19. That's got me kind of curious. But anyway, let's get back to this one. I kind of want to give a... I want to do the Omnitrix. Now, it's normally on the chest, but that'll be hidden. So, where can we move the Omnitrix to?
Will they have it as a necklace?
One of the reference pictures I've seen before, someone's done that, kind of like a necklace type thing. It's quite interesting, but
Or like a choker?
yeah, maybe if we make it actually a...
You're this close to sending your idea out into the world. Create something brilliant with
I'm this close to getting it out into the world, but we're still doing the pencils. Yes, Justin, I did. I think that we had this discussion on the last stream. I think you sent me a reference image of the Barney into Discord when we were doing this Seriledge digital illustration. Okay, Stella. Enjoy the other stream. I don't really know what else to say to that. Thank you for joining so far, and pop back in when you get a chance to, if you want. Yeah, Justin, you did say you were hanging on that one. Right, so I do like the idea of having maybe some form of diamond-like shaped kind of bracelet thing. On the arm. So we've kind of got skin on the arm, and then we've got this like diamond-like bracelet-y bit. Don't know if it would be quite that sharp, or if we should make it a bit more... I'm not sure about the rock effect on that bit. Maybe it should just be a... really simple, shiny diamond created, kind of like smooth, almost like a piece of jade, a bit, you know, a really smooth diamondy bracelet on the arm. More diamond shape. Probably do it more like that. It's interesting to see how we get it done for a diamondy shape. Maybe something more like that. That's not too bad. See what a kind of tank top design looks like on her. Kind of weird doing a the alien is kind of like a female character. Hello, Tegan. You've been lurking in the background. And the boss lady says diamonds are a girl's best friend. I'm going to have that song in my head now, aren't I? How about we give her a crop top design with a diamond belly button ring? What ideas for the drawing do you have so far? If you're on about this drawing so far, I've kind of got more of like a casual look, but maybe having a more diamond armoured set of feet, or like the boots have the diamonds incorporated into it a little bit. I've also got an idea for the background. We're going to have the hand more of a diamond design around here. And then we're going to have like diamond hands or something behind her, probably blurred or faded a bit, just to give her the impression of like a big diamond mound around her, or maybe just even just a diamond shaped wall, which would be quite cool. But it's getting the idea of the concept so far on this one, because although it is easy and fun to do a lot of this, and I've got to ink this, which is where I'm going to really bring this to life a bit more. I just want to blot out a few elements on here that are definitely going to be more diamond designed in nature. Hey, SS Davin, welcome to the stream. We're having some fun taking the big green guy below and gender swapping and turning it into like an anime hero or an anime character. The design's not too bad, but I'm just trying to think of how to incorporate some more of it. I mean, we've got the idea of the tank top bit, which is fine, but I kind of want to add a few more elements in here a little bit. So the waist is coming down that way a bit, so I want to do I know it's a bit cliche, but I'm going to actually create a diamond shape on the character on a belt. Now I appreciate if they're intrigued, then I'm doing something right. And it's so difficult to come up with like a hero costume for a character. I don't think people understand quite how... I don't know, it's some people think, oh yeah, hero design or costume, really easy. I look at it and think, oh my god, what I'm doing now. The distort tool is a very useful and handy tool. And I know the costume splits down in colour, so I will try and keep the costume colour split, because that's quite cool. This bit here is going to have a pointy bit up there. The diamond bit on here, come down the boot a little bit. Galancy says, how about having shards of diamonds floating in there, floating around her back like a pair of angel wings? Possibly. I will see what's happening on that one. I'm not sold on how these wing bits are at the moment, but we'll see how that turns out. I do like the idea of making this more of a sharper blade coming down. And then I guess I want to have these come out. I've got the Apple Pencil, which is kind of like a stylus, but it's because I'm using an iPad, it's their version of a stylus to draw. So I'm using Apple Pencil to actually draw as I work on screen. So what happens is, just to show you, I can literally draw like a pen on paper, which is really useful. So if I'm drawing on a section, I can just scribble down what I want, and you see it in the corner bit on the screen, which is really cool. So that's what I'm using SS11, which is a lifesaver. The other thing I've got is I have got a kind of stylus, which is this pencil, but that works for this big pen display in the corner that I'm using as a second monitor, which is also quite cool. And we've got a
Huge monitor.
42-inch TV as another monitor today, so that's quite cool. We can't think of anything. Female Petrosapians don't have those back spikes. Yeah, they might not, but I kind of like them. It's more to do the reference of recognisable character than other than having a few diamonds like a shapeshifter of diamonds. It's to try and recognise the character a bit more. But no, I kind of like it. I just got to see what happens. We'll see what happens. The design obviously needs a bit of tweaking here and there for what's happening on it. I am no good at drawing shoes of any shape or description, so this is going to be rather interesting for boots and stuff in terms of design and concept. Just to warn you guys. And I've got to do an ink pass after this, so where we've got these kind of designs here in, I appreciate that, SS Davin. How about my idea of using flaming wreckage of a giant robot head as the background? If I give her a skirt made of shards of diamonds, Galahan 19, that's going to be a bit tricky to do. Which is kind of why I've kept it to like jeans. And don't forget, it's kind of like My Hero Academia. They're often in normal clothes when they fight, and a lot of the scenes, so I'm kind of looking to keep that to a degree on this. But I do get what you mean. Having other bits like jeans and stuff would be quite cool. Sorry, a skirt would be quite cool, but I think it all just depends on what's happening. I think the tank top and jeans works quite well for this initial design. It's either that or I give her a school uniform. But it'll be the 1A uniform, and most of them are just all in trousers, so this kind of works out a little bit for the concept and design somewhat. I think I want to... Would it be that front arm? It would potentially be that front arm, wouldn't it? So this bit here, because these are more like the diamond shaped hands and arms, and I'll figure all the intricacies out, will then become more of the kind of like the diamond shape for the hand. I kind of want to give the idea of it being more of a diamond-y pattern and shape going up to the arm, but also being a bit more slender than the actual diamonds are. I think just from the point of view, maybe the diamonds are like coming out of where everything is into the rest of the design here. I quite like that. It's subtle, but it's just like a nice little bit of diamonds coming up out of the ground bit. Yeah, I think that adds a bit more to it, and then Noxie says, I'm drawing a Moncrisaurus. Okay. Sounds quite cool. I'm not sure I pronounced the name right, but sounds cool. We have 17 likes, guys. If we can get to 20 likes, it'll push the video out more, and we can see what happens with this. I think for the initial character, that's done. So we started off with that weird concept, which we can just get rid of. We've come up with this, and now I want to work on the actual line art for this, because this is going to be the bit that makes this character kind of pop. I think the character should be brought down. Oops. More in the central shot. And then I can start working on the actual So let's start with the eyes. Trust me, give her wings made from floating crystals instead of spikes, judging it out back. Galahal 19, I haven't decided what's happening on the back yet. I'm going to sort that when we ink that after I do the hair. I've just got a rough section in for those spikes out of the back. I haven't decided if it's going to be wings or if it's going to be the spikes or if I'm going to take them out yet. I'm just getting the main bulk of what we've got done kind of etched in. I'm using Procreate on the iPad, Estavan. I have got a couple custom brushes. So this is a Ram Studios brush pack Comic Inker brush that gives us this lovely tapered edge with the pen pressure. Procreate's £10 in the App Store, but it's a one-off, or $10 depending where you are. But it's a one-off payment, and you get all the upgrades for free. And it's just it's probably the best drawing app on the iPad ever. It's absolutely amazing. And then a load of artists have already created brushes for Procreate, so it's just a case of using the relevant brushes as and when you need to. But yeah, Procreate is by far the best drawing app that I've come across on a tablet. Welcome back, Stella. How about as the Crystal Blade you have coming out of a Riskgorn or have a magic crystal sword? Maybe, we'll see. She's kind of got her hands transforming to do the effects of what's going to happen in this, but we'll see what happens on it. At the moment I need to focus on the hardest part for me to do in any of this, the hair. This bit's one of the more crucial bits I've been noticing. If I can get the line art down before actually doing a lot of before the colouring stage, if I can get this line art down properly to how it should be, then the beauty of it is this piece will really pop when we get round to all the fun elements of it. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's weird. These little weird lines for the hair really make it kind of like stand out or jump out a bit more. But it's finding the right parts of the hair to follow around with these, with the elements really, just to make them really kind of pop. I'm also trying to pay attention to the line weight, so lines that are closer or more prominent tend to be thicker or stand out a bit more. Oh, also guys, while I'm here, I'm going to do a shameless plug. If you haven't already checked it out, check out the Patreon that we've got for the channel. Basically, you can get all the artwork from the live streams, behind the scenes content, images before the videos come out, and as we get more members on Patreon, we'll get early access to a lot more content, which will be quite useful. Which will be kind of like an extra stream in the week that's members only, so it'll be showing the actual process on upcoming videos or Patreon only art, which will be quite cool. So that's available on the Patreon. That's £5 a month. UK, it'll tell you whatever it is for your currency, but that works out to be £5 a month. But you get all the old artwork that's on there currently. So I think we've got like 18 or so posts. Venomized Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think all the Phobias of Dragons are on there for the artwork as an art drop. The latest Sarah Ledge artwork's on there as well, along with all the other ones. So if you are able to, and you want to get all the artwork cheaper than like Teespring and that, be sure to check that out. There's no obligation to join in for that, and once we get hit the 4K watch time goal, I'll be aiming to do more stuff on the channel itself as well via YouTube. But yeah, it's just plug in a bit of self-promotion there for you guys. Hi Ronald Cornelius III, welcome to the stream. And how are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. I don't even know what time it is in the UK now. Oh, it's only 11:30, plenty of time. I thought I'd end up giving a pattern onto this kind of like bracelet. Might actually be too much, but you never know. Might actually work quite nicely. Ooh, just get a drink a minute, guys. If you're lurking in the stream or you're just joining, please leave a like if you want to. Helps out with getting the stream out to YouTube, and sorry, didn't like that line. And you know, if we can get to 20, which is our like goal target for the stream, that'd be absolutely awesome. What is everyone doing while the stream's going on? Do we have people drawing? Do we have people just listening to the stream and chilling out? Do we have people lurking around in the background? Cooking, eating. Close that door properly. Bye. Thank you. Two more likes of 20. Awesome. Graceful Days drawing Spider-Man stuff. Nice. Playing Among Us and watching the stream. That's quite cool, Tegan. Let's tackle this. The one trick with your line art, guys, if you're doing it digitally, is always make sure that the lines are sealed on the outside. It's one of the reasons why several artists, depending on what their style is, they'll do a single thick line around a lot of the stuff that they're doing. The main concept behind that is when you're going to select and make it easier to colour fill later, it really does make it easier to colour fill on that later. Coming down to there, and this one, don't know that. You'll find that there's one direction when you draw that you can do almost relatively straight lines. So don't be afraid to rotate your canvas as you're drawing or your piece of paper or anything to do that, because it works out really well. So at the end of the day, it's what works for you. It's hard to do it when you're actually doing a video that's pre-recorded on the screen, because if I rotate it, it starts spinning on the screen. But when it's live, it's a bit more easier to do. Koifish says, been AFK, but the stream has been up, getting some work done and spending time with the fam. Looks cool so far. Thanks, Koi. Yeah, I'm on, like, it's on 3 things, I think. You're on, your comments just go off on my TV, because it's on my TV. It's on the iPad, the computer, and everyone else's screens. So, yeah, it's quite cool. But just working on doing some of the line art, trying to spend that little bit extra, as I was mentioning earlier. Oh, another benefit of joining the Patreon is there is a members only, Patreon only, or a members only section in the Discord where you can ask me questions directly. And I have to say, our Patreon member has asked a few good questions. In fact, I still don't have an answer to the first question they've asked me. Oh, Arethan woke up early to see this incredible masterpiece. Oh, thank you so much. I do appreciate you waking up a bit early to see the stream from wherever you are. Still in a few of the earlier stages on this, but absolutely appreciate it. Yeah, that's better. That one can come out that way a bit. What's Ben 10's your favourite show? Oh, well, I hope you like this Anime Heroine, as in female superhero or hero type character of Diamond Head. So once the colours go into play, it will probably look a lot, well, it will look a lot better once all the colours are in play. Weird bit of techno funky style. I've got an advert, so changed it. That's typical. Two, one, and skip the advert. I do, but I missed the concept's explanation. So would you mind explaining the character? Yes, so the concept is we've got a couple concept ideas for this one. The one I kind of like is, or my original concept at the start was, Ben's a female character in the world of like My Hero Academia, where there's quirks. Potentially either has the Omnitrix as the quirk, or it's a device found and she's quirkless. And can change into these alien forms where it's more alternate personalities, which are the original aliens, or the aliens from basically the Ben 10 series, but as female heroes. So each of them will have a different look and feel to them. For example, Upgrade would be more of a tech-based one. Wildmutt would be more of a animal-style design, like a human animal, like a Beastman style design in that. Forearms may have some magical energy creating extra arms or something. So it'll be quite interesting and quite cool. So that's the main concept, and then we're just figuring out how it fits into the current universe in terms of, are they summoned by the actual main character who's got no quirk, but the device summons these personas, or alternate aliens in while doing something like shifting the real body into an alternate phase, like a phase shift, so everything passes through them but they can still see everything, and the only ones that can communicate with them are the body? Or is it just like a possession that takes over and they're in control of this new form of a body? So it's that kind of concept, and potentially a series could come out of this. Hey Gopher Dude, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you here. I'll just zoom out for Gopher Dude. This is what we've got so far. Connie Young, welcome to the stream, and you ask, did you get inspiration for this from the original concept for Ben 10 where he would turn into superheroes? Yes. I like My Hero Academia, I also like Ben 10, and we do like doing fusions and crossover mixes on the channel. So I was sat there thinking, I want to do more of an anime style characters, what can I do with them? And I suddenly came up with the idea of, what if the Ben 10 characters were female superheroes? I'm sure someone's done it before over the internet, but this is our take on it in kind of like a My Hero Academia universe setting. So we're just creating the characters and then just seeing what happens. Yeah, Crazy for a Day. It could be that type. It could be as simple as that. It's not fleshed out for the story, but what I think will happen is we'll do a couple live streams with the designs, turning them into humanoid aliens or humans with alternate powers, and then we will, or I will, create a series out of this on the channel. I think this could be quite fun to create a series where it's... Sorry, just concentrate on this bit a minute. Where it's got the characters and we have some lore or some story to go with it. Just need to think of plot, sort of set the plot out a little bit. Yeah, Griffin, I would love to turn this into an actual series. It's really weird because the last stream that I did on Tuesday was Cereledge, and that one won the votes, and this one, I don't think this one, maybe it came second, I don't know. There was also Ghost Freak Kaiju and the Helmon fusion, but everybody wants to see either Pokemon sort of like as a digital painting at the moment, or today it was the whole Ben 10 concept, so the Ben 10 concept kind of won out, and it's yeah, it's quite fun. So we're doing the whole Ben 10 concept. Okay, so that's got to go that way down. We're kind of keeping true to the design as well, so it's going to be half and half tank top and trousers with this whole concept, just to make it a bit more, tie in a bit more with the actual design of the character. Possibly. I've got a few ideas for how that can be, because even though it's a heroine forearms, it doesn't necessarily have to be muscular. I do like the idea of having like maybe a cute little girl with an extra set of arms, whether they're tech or mech or something, and they could just appear out and hit someone bigger than her and send them flying. So maybe I'll do like some of the characters as cute little anime characters that you get, like the little support characters and stuff. I also took a bit of inspiration for doing the female characters and more anime from Genshin. I've wanted to do something with like anime hero style characters for a little bit now, but it's trying to figure out what to do that's not the same as everything else. Which is really what gave birth to the idea the other day of Ben 10 as sort of like female superheroes, cross between the Ben 10 genre swaps that you get and just the whole concept idea of doing some kind of crossover type effect. Sounds like Tinker. Yeah, it does a little bit. Crazy for a Day. Imagine if mutations carry on from the host to transformation, like a Nightcrawler Benwolf. That'd be quite interesting. Maybe that could happen on this one. There could be glitches or something with the device, or even the quirk as learning powers. You allow, you know, something happens and mutations become a thing within that power set for a while. Maybe instead of reversing the abilities like Heat Blast when Ben got a cold, it went from firing heat to ice. Maybe some kind of other virus or something could mix it up and do like the mutations or the mix and mash effects. That'd be quite cool. Even crazier, if in the series Ben loses control of her quirk and becomes an amalgamation of her alternate forms. I've already got a plan for how to do that with a female version of Kevin 11 at some point, which will be quite an interesting I've already figured out the fight between them just because that's the easiest thing to do. I kind of got the idea from another anime that I saw, something about a superhero club. So I thought it'd be quite an interesting and cool concept to expand on that kind of idea, or that superpower idea from the club. So, yeah, inspiration from a lot of places for this. Galahow19 says, how about giving her a stylish helmet or a crystal tiara or something? We will see what's going on. Potentially, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with the rest of the upper section at the moment. I'm just fleshing in some of the... Seems a bit daft, but I'm just fleshing in some, or fleshing out some of the more intricate details from down by where the ground's kind of being broken up. Just looked up Wiltshire because I was curious where it was. See, Ozzy Osbourne hometown's only 2 hours away. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wiltshire's kind of smack bang in the middle of the southwest of the UK. So, yep. Question: as an artist myself, I have trouble rendering crystalline textures in the shading process. Any advice since you're currently doing a crystalline character? Light refraction is the key. So there are... If you go onto Pinterest and you look up something like how to draw crystalline structures or how to draw crystals, there's actually... Someone's posted a screenshot step by step of the steps to do a really detailed crystal structure. That's the best point I could take you to, but my tip would be think about the lighting. So being a crystal, it'll pick up any background colors you want to have and it will reflect the light all over the place. So look at the picture below me. The light's coming from the top down at the in front, but if you look at that arm, that's kind of like across this way, or look at my hand here. So I've got light below which is coming up and it's lighting this whole area up here, but I've got light coming from the top. Now with the crystal, whichever source has got the light the most will pick up the most light, like just like your arm does. But the other thing you've got to take into account is you would actually get a more solid light across the top as well from refractions around the room. It's just working on the shadows, so just make it look like it's also blocky geometrical shapes. It's hard to explain. I'll try to explain it when I actually get onto it, but it's very difficult to go into a lot of details for it. It's all about the angle of the shapes as well. So for example, if my light source is coming down from the top here, then this bit will be lit up. This bit might have some lighting here, but this bit here technically would be all shadow. But where I've got something here, this bit might just be part shadow with the lighting coming in there, and then you may have some shadow bits in the crystal here to kind of just give it kind of like that shape. It's hard to show without it actually being rendered out, but hopefully when we get to that point it'll make more sense when you see what I'm doing. Oh, no worries, SS Davin. I will catch you later. Probably see you later when you jump back in, but thank you for joining so far. Oh, the other benefit, guys, a bit of self-plug back again, with Patreon, is it will allow a bit more freedom on the channel to do more series that the YouTube might not publish out a bit more, which is always good fun and good to do. So it'll allow me to do more of the obscure series or anime references and that we look into, but we don't actually get around to being able to do anything too much with on the channel, which will be quite cool. Also, I plan to do some Patreon-only illustrations each month that will get posted in there that are voted on by the Patreons. So, I might not turn it into videos, but it'll be like extra content. And it'll be a list of possible things that I want to draw, voted on, and then I will draw that, and by the end of the month you'll have a proper high quality illustration on it. Okay, catch you later, Galahad19. Thank you for joining the stream so far, and if you jump back in and we're still going, we'll see you then. If not, we'll see you next time we've got a stream or a video on the channel. I kind of want to close these off now, just to... It seems daft. I wouldn't normally close these out, these rocky bits, but for the purpose of this illustration, I kind of have to. If I don't block these out, it won't pick up a silhouette around the character, which makes it easier to do the flats and the colouring later. It will make more sense when you see it in a little while though, but what I'm on about. But yeah, if I don't close the outer lines properly, and we don't have like a whole complete... This section's closed off from the next bit, we won't have a nice selection of all the elements that we've got. And that makes it a lot harder to, well, it's not overly more difficult, but it is a bit more time consuming to do all the bits that we want to do on the general structure of this illustration. There's a lot of crystals in this as well, so there's going to be a lot of yeah, Rufin, if you don't get to see the whole stream, be sure to watch this one back, and if we get to that point, if we don't get to the point of it, be sure to catch the next one, even if it's afterwards. I will potentially strip out the bit that we're doing about the crystals and try and make a short video which shows this process of what I've done as well. So hopefully that will kind of help a bit more as well. Yeah guys, don't forget to like the video, as Koi's done a little shout out at the bottom. It does help out, and if we can get to 20 likes, I mean, how many have we got currently? I've got 17 on my screen, but I don't think that updates as often as everyone else's screen. And I'm just going to get a sip of a drink a minute, and then we'll continue with the rest of the inking process. Although it was quite nice to see about 8 likes at the start of the stream before I even got before I even went live. It was really awesome to just see all of that. So it's 19 for you. Oh, come on guys, we need one more. If someone's in the stream and they haven't liked it, like it, and let's hit our target of 20, please. And if we can get to 20, hopefully this will get pushed out a bit more over YouTube, and we can and we can see what we can do. Go for dude, just liked it. Does that mean we've got 20, or is that the 19th one? And then once we've got 20 guys, we're going to go for 30. We're going to see how many likes we can get on this stream before the end of it.
Did it.
Oh cool, we've got 20. Nice. Next goal, 30. If you know anybody who might want to see this or like Spend 10, be sure to share it on Discord, share it on social media, send it out there guys.
We're on 22.
We're on 22. Wow, awesome. Are we going to hit 30 before we even finish plugging? You know, share it out here, share it out there. There. That's a bit more crystally. So if we go down here, we just do some form of almost a kind of boot type effect. That's 20 for crazy for a day. Woohoo! Yeah, I agree, the boss lady. Party! It seems really weird. This used to be one of the faster parts of my drawing process, doing the line art, because once I had the design, I just went and there you go, just did that. Koifish Gaming's joining in the party too. Nice. I just kind of shot through the line art, but I'm spending more time now getting the more I've seen for like the painting style and the way that the colouring works on a lot of YouTubers' videos, but even for the speed paints. If you want to learn colour, Colour with Kurt is a great one on YouTube, but I would also say check out Reik, which is R-E-I-Q. Their channel. They don't have a lot of YouTube videos. Most of the stuff's done through Patreon. But they've got a Zero from Darling in the Franxx, and they've got a 2-part video. If you watch it and you study it, there's a lot of information about colour and a lot of information given about shape and form and colours and their process. They are long videos, but I've watched them several times and I've learnt so much about digital painting from it. Even the colour theory bits that I've put into my normal videos and art style, and you know, after you've done it a few times, it just starts coming together quite nicely. Yeah guys, our new like goal is 30 likes, so if we've got people that are just joining, people that are just lurking in the background and haven't liked the video yet, please be sure to like the video and help us get this out there. And now I need to figure out what we're going to do with the mouth of the character before we do anything else. I kind of like this kind of... Should we open the mouth a little bit? Let's be a... bit where I just tidy up some of the lines now and just add a few bits. I'm not sure what we're going to do about the back, where we're going to have the spikes or not. I will decide if we add elements into the back floating or not. Zombie Demon, welcome to the stream. You might have been here for a while, but this does look interesting. It's basically taking Diamond Head from Ben 10, the nice green alien below us, and making it into a female anime hero, maybe from like My Hero Academia and training. So even though the general core concepts kind of here, we haven't actually finished creating the character as of yet, which is one of the fun parts of this. So if I turn off that layer beneath, and this is our kind of like initial sketching there. I don't like that shoulder. There's something about that shoulder that's not... I think that's a bit too high. So the arc is right, it's just where it sits is not. Do I know about draw fee? Do I know what about draw fee? Is there been some news, some update or something going on? I mean, I've heard the name Drawfee before and that, but I'm just not sure where you're going with this Go For Dude. Is there some kind of update or something I might need to be aware of? I've kind of been in my own world with work this week. No, do you know the YouTube channel Drawfee? Yeah, I believe so. I think I've come across it. It does sound familiar and ring a bell, so potentially yes. Okay, so for this bit, this is why we have to close all the lines. This is like a perfect pickup around the entire image. You know, where we've got the whole crystal structure and everything. And because of the way that we've done this, in fact, I'll use another colour to show you guys on this one. So this is why we kind of do the whole bit round. We picked up all of the key elements. Now
You missed a space.
Oh, I know I missed a space. I spotted that just as you said that. But again, here's the beauty of having these lines that we've got. And that now gives me a nice smooth line around the edges. I don't actually have, when I turn the background off, any white lines, which is amazing. Once they're closed and the lines are thick enough, I've actually solved the issue of having to draw around before. Oh, Zombie Dragon, thank you, I appreciate that. It's we're going to be doing a lot of the Ben 10 aliens in this kind of concept, so the idea definitely is, and you've got it right, take the characters and fuse elements together. So now I can do the fun part of picking out colours to do it. Oh yes, Zombie Demon, what I'm going to be doing is possibly not for this character, but I'll put the character's picture as like a reference that comes in on the story. I'm thinking of making Ben 10 Heroines into like a series with a little adventure, and the idea is to go through the same order of the same aliens to start with as the original Ben 10 series came out with. So the first episode will mention this Diamond Head character, but we're also going to have a Heat Blast, a Wild Mutt, and Accelerate in there, and probably the female version of Ben in this universe will be drawn in replacement of this character. Bethany, Belle, I've got to play with the idea of the names, I don't know yet, but there'll be a female version, and then what we're going to do is have some lore and introduction to the character and the story, and then go on to the next episode in the series, and introduce the next couple of aliens, and just build it up from there. We'll also introduce Vilgax's female version, and Kevin 11's female version in there as well. So it's a bit of a genre swap scenario, but it's going to be in like a world where the plumbers, maybe the plumbers are a Hero Academy like UA in My Hero Academia, and we're just going to take the general concept from that, Ben 10 aliens, merge them together, and have some fun. That's not a problem. Somebody, I can't talk now. That's not a problem, Zombie Demon. Happy to respond to people in the video when I see them in the chat. Sometimes I get lost in the drawing process and I will miss part of the chat a little bit, but I always try to go back to the chat and answer any questions as best I can when I see them. And if people are still in, brilliant. Oh, I just realised I've made a slight error in judgment on this. Part of this design, I've kind of made an error in designs, but I will tweak it somehow. I'll find a way around it. There's always a way around it when you think about it. That's the other useful skill if you're a artist. The resourcefulness to fix something if you make a mistake or you design something that doesn't quite tie in with the rest of your universe. For example, if this character has green hair, I've put green diamonds around here, so I will give her a different colour green hair or something, potentially. Oh, also another tip for you guys. A lot of top artists you see will use one layer to do everything. Or the illustrations you see on the speed videos, it looks like it's one layer, and that is a skill in its own. That's absolutely amazing. Anyone can do it with practice and the undo, but don't feel you have to. Use layers. For example, I'm going to be using a layer for the base, the diamond elements, the hair, the eye colour, and that gives more flexibility while getting these base colours down to, or the flats as it were, to then make the picture pop later on with the other techniques. Yeah, I will be careful designing female Vilgax. To be honest, it might look more like a Splatoon character by the end of it, like one of the Inklings or the Octolings for that. But it'll be interesting. Zombie Demon, what app would you recommend for digital drawings? I've been thinking of getting iPad Procreate. That's exactly what I use. My top recommendation if you are going to be drawing a lot and on the go is going to be an iPad. I would recommend, budget permitting, I would recommend at least the 11-inch iPad, but I'm using a 12.9-inch iPad now, and it's making all the difference. The change in the screen, just that small extra bit of screen real estate, has made my artwork, well, I got to use glasses from time to time, but it's actually helped me get more on the page for my recordings and show a bit more in it for the videos. But it's down to what your preference is in total. However, my personal preference is using the 12.9-inch iPad with the Apple Pencil and Procreate. It's absolutely amazing and works so well together. It's just a beautiful combination. But obviously that is budget permitting, you know. Try not to go outside your means, or if you're going to save up for it and see what you can get. I started off with small iPad, an 11-inch iPad with the Apple Pencil. It was a 64GB one because that's all I could get at the time. And now I'm on a 12.9-inch iPad with 512 gigs of memory. Which, again, when you're recording for a YouTube channel, you know, the content, that makes a massive amount of difference, being able to have all those files on here without having to worry too much about space when I'm recording the screen recordings for the video. Live streams are different because I can always download the download a reasonable quality copy of the stream once it's done, and speed paint that down, or I can take the time lapse from Procreate because it's so long and turn that into a speed paint video. So there are a variety of things you can do, but yeah, it's definitely worth it. If you're going to get one, I would say an iPad is your, well, it's my personal preference. Right, let's see about this colour. I need to... Is that too dark a green for her? That's better. Thanks again. I'm still not as good at digital art as I would like to be, but I found it's good to draw the basic line out on real paper, take a photo. Yeah, it's just all practice. I would look for brushes like Ram Studios Comic Ink set. It doesn't cost a lot. Once you get an iPad, it won't cost you a lot. I mean, most brush sets, you can get an awful... There's an awful lot of them for free, and you know, from time to time, they're no more than something like $10, depending on who you're getting them from. I mean, the lines that I use is a Comic Inker brush from Ram Studios. The painting style that I use is from actually, I'll open up the brush panel in a minute and show you, because the name should be on some of the brushes. I also use some brushes for effects from Abel Art, which is Martin Abel. He's got a few amazing brush sets, and he's also on YouTube. Does a load of fantasy style art that is mind-blowing and out of this world. So I use Jing Sketch Basics is my painting brushes, because they brought out a set that's absolutely fantastic and amazing, and that wasn't that expensive. Abel Effects is the one from Martin Abel, and that gives me the ability to add a shine or an extra shine sort of like effect, and a few cool they're more like special effects and lighting effects at the end, which will hopefully make this pop a bit more. Obviously Ram is next to the Comic Ink a bit here, which is from Ram Studios. And then a load of these were free brushes that I got, like where it says free fire, free galaxy and that. I just searched for free Procreate brushes, and that was it. Just went straight for it. Yeah, that's basically it. It's just free brushes are awesome, but at the same time, give credit where credit's due to the brushes that I use by people. I've purchased it, I'm allowed to use it. I can't just give them out to people, otherwise I would. But that's unfair on the artists and the creators who actually spent the time to take the basic brushes in Procreate and build their own brush sets. They've actually taken the time to go through and create a brush set for what they prefer to use to give their style, or a style they're happy with, in their illustrations. I would love to do that myself, but their brushes are more than perfect for what I need, so I'm kind of at a catch-22 there. I kind of feel I need some of that. Right, let's work on the actual colours we want. So we want an off-white. That's another tip, guys. Don't use pure white on something in your illustration. I will show you what I mean here. So, is that the right side, or is that going to be black? That's going to be black. So this side's going to be white. So you always want to use an off-white or grey colour. So if you use pure white here, it looks like it's actually not coloured in. But if you just go to the kind of like a blue or something and go off-white in colour, so maybe the purples and the greys, just go slightly off-white and colour it in, it actually works better when you add your lighting and your shadow effects. So it's kind of a grey, but even at its palest form, the eye thinks it's white because it'll blend it in. The only difference is it's not white, it doesn't look like a missing element. Yeah, the necklace does have a few Black Widow type vibes to it, Koi. I quite like the whole choker design on characters.
Fix the logo on it because it's not symmetrical.
What on here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very off.
Yeah, I'll fix that in a bit with the liquify tool. Let me get the basics down, otherwise it won't work how nice you want it to be fixed. But yeah. Yeah, so always try and get the same colours on a layer. I'm going to be giving a tip out in a minute, or I'll give a tip out now. There are tools that are available on the layer which are very useful. Two of them. One is a clipping mask, which is what I've got here, and that basically means whatever's on this layer here, anything that's not coloured in on this layer is transparent on the next layer above with the arrow going down. It basically means, if I show you on this one, if I take the clipping mask off this, you can see all the green lines have reappeared. That's where I just had the selection tool around it. The clipping mask actually takes the solid layer underneath and takes it all out. The other trick is an alpha lock. Now an alpha lock means that on the layer that I'm on, anything that actually has colour, it'll lock to, and it won't go over that onto the transparent elements. Clipping masks are great for building up your layers and merging them down. Alpha lock's great for an individual colour on a layer and adding the light and the shading, and I'll show that in a little bit. I also missed out a section on the lineup. Which is quite interesting on that one. That needs potentially... Not going to be perfectly symmetrical, but I think that's probably better. Better? It should be better on that one. I can fix it more with the liquify tool later, which is an awesome tool to use. I do like the colour scheme of the contrasting colours for the whole diamond head design, like the black, the white and the greens work really well. Are we anywhere near those 30 likes, guys? How many have we got now, just out of curiosity? I'm going to keep asking it every now and again, just to...
23.
23. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. About to say I like that, but you know, you guys are the ones that meant to like that. It would probably be really cool if the Splatoonified Vilgax girl was an alien, has an alien ink battle with the other Ben 10 Weapon aliens. That would be quite interesting. Oh, what have I done? I've taken off all the clipping mask layers somehow. That's interesting. Now they're back. I've got no idea what I did for that, but okay. Alright, now I want a colour that can go down to... not quite black, but close enough in colour. Kind of want an off... it's not exactly an off colour bit, but it is off colour in a sense. Ben says, is that a xenomorph chromostome behind you? No, but Ben 10 xenomorphs does sound like a really cool idea. it kind of ties in with the whole concept of the xenomorphs are able to, well, basically they fuse with whatever host DNA they're in. So if they're in Heat Blast or Diamond Head, I'm not sure how they work with Diamond Head, but you know, if they're in the respective alien species, then you'd have one. Oh, imagine a xenomorph that's hatched from way big. Could you guys imagine that? That would be absolutely terrifying. And if it was a queen. Not to scare you guys, but I just scared myself with that. That would be absolutely insane. Yeah. The trickiest part of this so far is making sure everything's on the right layer. I don't know, it's too dark outside my window to look. And I'm not looking. The curtains are drawn. It is nearly half midnight here in the UK. So I will not be looking out the window. Well, at the time. Yep. The bit I'm really like, oh my god, about on this design is going to be the hair. I think I may have to leave the hair till the last bit of this kind of basic rendering element for the rest of the character. I will be adding bits of a paintery style to this, but it's going to be more selective in certain areas. You'd only be seeing a red head. I want to... Yeah, she needs green lips like the hair. If she's having yellow eyes, lips are going to have to be green. I've got this kind of like cyberpunk style feel to this now. An amazing idea. Maybe this time her girl can shape shift like a crystal version of Alex Mercer, so she'll be able to have diamond head versions of all the prototype transformations. Possibly. Go for Dude. He says, okay, I gotta go. Bye, Debs. Bye, Go for Dude. Thank you for joining the stream, and I will catch up with you later. If you get a chance, have a think for an event for March, because we didn't actually get around to putting one in this February, and we're at the end of February almost. So think of an event for March and we'll create it. If that's cool. Okay, cool. Right, catch you later, Go for Dude. Yep, no, that'd be brilliant. It's weird. There's two approaches to how to do illustration when you get to the flats. You can either do flat colours, light and shadows on top, or you can have one colour over everything and do your light and shadow values, and then work on it. I guess it depends on what the... Well, I guess it depends on what you guys want to do in your process. I'll show on the other shoe in a minute what I mean. Would a dragon diamond head breathe out a shiny mist or gas that becomes solid diamond when hitting the target? I'm not sure, but the kaiju that diamond head that I created on another live stream breathed out molten lava, so I thought that was a nice little concept design that we all came up with. Yes, we've turned diamond head into a kaiju on the channel, which is quite cool. So what I mean by on this layer is you can select a layer to multiply. I'm just going to show a quick tip here. Have a layer bit on and just shade in your values of where you think you're going to want to have your light and your shadows. So you can create this using multiply and just blend in the bits you want to get a feel and an idea. And then when you've got one base layer in and you've turned the opacity down, you have an extra layer with multiply on, and you, in effect, you're adding your actual darker shadows. I'm just showing another technique that you guys could possibly use depending if you find it easier. And this gives you the ability to define sort of like depth in the illustration at the bits you want to. I mean, I've just put multiply to make those layers that, but you actually put another multiply layer in. Multiply is the best layer to do for a few of these. So you put a multiply layer in, you pick the colour that you actually want to use. So say I want that green. And then you effectively just paint the colour over, and you'll see it's picking up the light and shadow bits. So if this was a completely like green shoe, it'd pick up the light and the shadow bits for it, and then you just play with your how much opacity you want on each bit, and then you can also play with the opacity of the top bit to get depth. But that's not what I'm going to be doing on mine. I'm going to stick to my style. I just thought I'd show you guys a little quick tip for what you can potentially do, just because it'd be quite fun and it gives a little bit of a learning experience in the stream. Sharing the knowledge, it's one of the things that everybody in the art community, no matter how big a channel or how big a artist that's well known you are, everybody within the art community likes to share the relevant information out to help, basically just help everybody grow and develop their skills. It's also one of those reasons why a lot of artists really do not like AI art. It wouldn't exist without all the hard work actual artists put in, along with the fact that it will it's not the best in the world. It's a bit frustrating at times. So we've got that bit for the basis. I kind of need something on that gem in the middle. Do we go with her? Yeah, it's gonna have to be, isn't it? Look at that green colour. I quite like this design so far. What do you guys think? I'm going to probably tweak that bottom colour slightly. I feel it needs to be a bit more. There we go. Bit more flesh colour in tone, and then I just need to add one more layer here. And just want to go. Just add a bit of dirt on the ground for the crystal bits coming out. Cool. So we've got a lot of the basics in. Now I'm going to show the next few steps. So I won't start with the hair because that's going to be more complex. We'll start with the skin. So if we alpha lock this layer and I select my digital painting brush, size I want and the opacity. A good trick when you've got the colour you want is to go down to the right and quickest way towards purple on the colour wheel. So if I take us back to that layer, if I want to go for shadows, I will go down to the right and I'd follow the shortest route to purple, which would be round this way, and I'd probably pick a kind of a purplish colour, and then I'll do a line on there and just pick a lighter shade of it out. Hi Noxy, welcome back. And then once I've got that kind of like light of it out, I will then just draw it on the bits that I want it to have, and it will pick up that shadow or shading. I kind of want to add an in-between step, to be honest. Best bet is, because it's alpha locked, it doesn't affect anything on the outside of the layer, which is really nice and really useful. I just need to find the right... Looking for the right shade. Yeah, I did. We managed to hit the 20 like target, so we're going for 20... No, not 20. We're going for 30 likes next. So if you guys have joined and you're watching and you're enjoying this, you're liking the tips and that, and you haven't done so already, please consider giving the stream a like. It does help promote it out there a little bit across the world of YouTube, which is greatly appreciated. Best bit about alpha locking is it'll only work on the inside of the layer as well, so it only works on the bits that I want it to, which is really nice and really useful at this point, because I can be quite cheeky and select several elements of this layer, but also do the main bulk of the bits that I want to do in a one quick swoop of the brush. And depending on pen pressure, depending on the brush settings, you can actually make it go from quite faint to quite a harsh line, which works. It just works wonders when you're doing some of the more intricate elements. And then I want to go again darker towards the purple, because I want to get the skin doesn't look right unless it's got a little bit of a, not in a lot of spaces, but it won't look right unless you've got a bit of colour to it to add a bit more in the depth of the illustration, to be honest. I quite like using this whole concept of colour free to just improve the depth of the illustration, just enough to bring it to life a little bit more, really. It's not like I'm using a heavy dose of the purplish pink colour. I just want enough of it to give the feel of this. Oh no, Omega Prime, I'm still going for a bit longer. Don't worry. This one's still going for quite a fair bit, so you've gotten here and you can join in for a little bit. I'm just working on the main aspects of this one for now. You have an evil idea, uh-oh. What's becoming infused with the Infinity Stones today? Dare we ask? Or are we on sacrificing today? Which one are we on?
Are we on sacrificing terms today?
Infinity Stone enhanced alien. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that is quite an evil idea. You are definitely getting good at those. Alien X, yep. I did think it was going to be Alien X when you put W, but yeah, that's a little bit of an evil idea, yes. I do agree. Cool, so that skin's starting to pop. Now we'll go and work on the shading for the hair on an alpha lock, because I want to get a bit of colour into this hair. So again, if we're going for the shadows, you go down and you go towards the darker bit for purple, which has got this lovely shaded bit here for colour, which is quite cool. Actually, I really like how this colour's working on the hair. The TV screen's not doing it justice, but how it's looking here and hopefully on stream, this colour's actually popping more than I expected it to. I don't think it is quite getting the same effect on the screens, unfortunately. But on the iPad currently, it's quite nicely. A trick with hair apparently is it does have these kind of like band effects.
How long was I looking down for? Because the last time I looked up, you were on the skeptic, you were on the internet stage.
I don't know. However long you're looking down for is however long you're looking down for. I didn't time it. But once you start, the trick is once you start rendering on a process that you kind of know, it becomes super easy to speed up certain aspects. Oh, that's made me chuckle, Koi. The boss lady has said hairy armpits. Oh, that's made me chuckle. Zombie Demon, it's a lot of practice. If I'm completely honest with you, full disclosure, I have only just learnt how to do hair like this in the last 3 weeks, 2 weeks. It's taken a fair bit of learning to get to this level of doing hair anywhere near this kind of like level or style or degree or whatever you want to call it. It has taken absolutely ages for me to learn it. I've been studying and studying, and yeah, I was watching a lot of YouTube videos to learn how to do it. Yeah, Omega Prime, your fusion for your War Against Evil Loki is definitely, yeah, what you're coming up with is definitely insane. I do love the ideas that you're coming up with. It's just, wow. Oh, that's too low. Have to be that one then. There are a few really good Zombie Demon. There's a couple of artists. If you look up a tutorial how to color anime hair, there is I can't remember what the name of the person is. I think it's the Simple or the Lone Artist or something. I'll see if I can find it out and put it in the comments on this video after, on the stream after. But this is what I've been looking at to learn how to do hair. Tegan, thank you for joining the stream. I'll say goodnight, and I'm glad you think the drawing looks great so far. Still a fair bit to do, but we are getting there. And the trick for this bit is to try and make it look a bit random on the hair that's highlighting, which is not always easy. Yeah, I watched it like 4 times before I got my head around it. It was more practice to get the concept of bands. That's too much. Kind of want to follow the feel of the hair on this, so the lines where the hair would go. But remember, where your lighting's coming from on this is the key. Also, I've got a light colour near the skin tone that's quite light, similar to the skin. It makes it look a bit softer. And I am changing the brush size to try and tie a few bits in here and there. That will hopefully help. I was going to tackle the hair last, but I decided I'm just going to go for it. I wish instead of a colour wheel that apps had a selection of boxes with the names of the colours under each selected box. Right, now check this out. In Procreate, if I go onto my palettes and I hit cards, I get the names of all the colours underneath of what it thinks the colours are based on the colour reference. It's not perfect, but it tells me all of these colours if I want to. I can even name a colour. So if I was to add a colour into here, green, I can click on it and I can name that mint green, and it's now mint green. So Procreate allows you to do that as part of the app. I don't really use it because I'm quite happy to use the default. You can create your own palettes as well if you want to. I'm using one that I call Pokemon for when I was doing the Pokemon stuff. But it basically allows you to have some fun. So that's the palette Ascend is selected. If I go back to palettes and I find Pokemon and I just set that to be default, I can go back into here and I've got all my colours back. So it's got an interface that works for basically everybody, which is really nice. And I thought I'd show you that when you said about that, because it was one of the cool features I looked at and went, oh my god, that's incredible. At the same time, I'm like, I probably won't use that, but that is genius that they put that in there. Omega Prime says, me and my friend create a fan-made Infinity Stones. Nice. Jasmine, welcome to the stream. I don't know how long you've been here for, but Ben 10 or so is fantastic, splendid. Thank you. Hope you like the current progress of our anime style Diamond Head character. A lot goes into some of these illustrations. It's insane how much, but getting, I mean, this is just the base colours, but I want to get a basic lighting on the hair at this stage because it does make all the difference. when I add stuff later. It's really weird. It's a painting style, but this is going to make it pop by the end of it when I add a few bits. Yeah, Zombie Demon, I have the same issue. Sometimes if you know all the colours that you want, or you want to call it a colour that you've seen and you've got the hex reference, you can label it and then you'll remember it more if you've got that particular colour as part of your labelling, which is quite good. It's only recently I really got into doing the whole colours and adding more into my illustration in terms of lights and, you know, the purples and the warms, learning which way around. So I've got a load of greens in this and kind of cool colours currently. So my background, if I want it to stand out, maybe depending on how warm or cool I go with it, it could be, if I feel the image is cool with the blues, the purples and the greens, I do a red and a red, yellow and orangey background. Whereas if it's warm like the Heat Blast one above, you do more of the greens and the purples, and it kind of just gives that contrast, standing out the warm against the cold, which is really nice. Again, that took a while to learn as well, but it's once someone's learned it, if you can explain the tips out a little bit, it does work wonders. And as for the back of the hair over here, I'm not really worried about areas in small detail. I kind of just want to pick out a few areas as ones to kind of highlight a bit, but not overemphasize as such, because it's is kind of behind her, even though the hair may have a bit of a shine or a sheen at some points. It's going to be quite faint. Hey Dempsey, I don't mind you use this two stones in your story. The Infinity Stones called Light and Dark Stones. That's interesting. Potentially at some point I may add something like that into the story, if that's cool with you. Currently I've got that many stories in my head. I need to focus on one or two before I just forget everything that I've been kind of planning for the last so long. I really should.
I think you should do an actual scene as a background.
An actual scene.
Yeah, because you've got a hand going to the ground. You can see dark now.
Yeah, I'm going to do something with the foreground and that. Okay, let's make some quick fire fabrics. So it looks a bit like it's more fabricy. Go brighter. this is another reason why I like to work on the layers, is I've got more control. So I'm starting to get these to pop a bit more. Reference images. I literally load up reference images. I go on Pinterest, I search dynamic female or dynamic male or just dynamic pose references, and you'll get a lot of the silhouette characters. The other things I've also got are, I've got a load of figures all over the place, but I've got these body kun, Kun, kind of like models. This is the female one, although her leg's broken off. And can you get me that one over there, please? Just lift the character out of the little stand that he's on. The stand opens, yeah. So they come flat, and you got the stand bits. That's fine. Just pass it over here. Sometimes they do fall apart, but that's
you can have a decapitated arm.
but that's because you can change parts of them. So this one's got arms come off, but it just slides back on, and you can actually pose these in any angle you want to get your shot. So I can have him stood that way, for example. I could, I don't know. He could be, he can go in, oh my god, no, I'm on camera, save me. You can basically have fun with these. They're not too expensive. You can get them in packs of a male and female one. And they've got a little hole in the back that stands in a bit so you can pose them in the air. So you can make it like he's trying to save somebody. And they're just, it helps with anatomy and poses, rough size dimensions. But I also use, basically, like with this one, a reference image. You see a pose that's quite cool, and over time you'll pick that up and learn it, and you'll be like, aha, this is awesome. Lightstone and Darkstone, the reason why no one in alternative MCU, because the watchers take them after the center. Cool. Ah, I haven't got a colour set done. Important colour set. I didn't do the golden eyes for our character. How rude of me. I will make these eyes pop in a bit and come to life. Just need to make this base colour fill the layer. That's much better. I did think the eyes looked a bit soulless. What are you after? Oh. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go here. Let's outflock that there. You also want to go brighter, so you want to go more towards the yellow whitish colour, because the eyes are going to start popping soon. And I want to add a bit of pinkish. The eyes a little bit, and then I want that brown to come back ever so slightly. Kind of feel I should maybe go more towards orange. Slight hint of the brown. What if you make kaijus from anime vampires? Possibly. That could be quite an interesting one as well. I wanted to have real pale blue for the highlight here, I think. Just to add that contrast. I might make it a bit more green for the highlight, but I think probably you will need to be the pale green. That's better. Just need to darken a few bits around it as well, but I'll sort that out a bit later. Infinity Stones as dragons. That would be quite an interesting one, actually. I do like that idea. I do need to go down in colour a bit and then just... No, it's a highlight, but it's still going to have a bit of a... No, I don't like that. We'll leave it like that for those. Okay, so now I want to go on to these. Let's go on to this. Let's outlook this one and do the rest of this. Tokyo Ghoul Dragons. Yes, in fact, I actually have a Tokyo Ghoul Dragon in my anime characters as dragons video. The one with Vegeta's alter egos, the Prince of Destruction. I did Ken Kaneki as a dragon, which looks absolutely insane. You'll have to check that out. The only thing I can say to that, it was one of my favourite dragons in that episode. I absolutely loved it. But yeah, doing more of those characters as dragons would be quite cool. Did it more of like a Drake or Wyvern character, so it doesn't have wings, but it's got the sort of like the blood tails coming out, which is quite cool. Yeah, just start browsing through the channel and having a look, see if there's anything that takes your fancy, and just watch it. It's the best thing I can probably suggest. It always feels weird doing this bit because it's like I'm rendering it out in detail, but I'm not. No, I haven't actually. That's not a bad idea for someone to do, to be honest. It would be interesting to see how that turns out. I may mess up saying your name. I will give it a go. Antonin. Hopefully I got that right. It's very hard to say names right when you see them written, but I love your drawing. That is so awesome. Did you think about doing Anime Overlord as Dragon Armor? Oh, Possibly, that'd be quite an interesting one. Not a problem, Omega Prime. Thank you for joining the stream, and I will catch you next time. I'm glad you could join in for a bit and share your Infinity Stone ideas, as well as your weird combinations for it. Things to be given the Infinity Stones. Give me a few ideas, actually, so thank you for that. Okay, so the next part today, I will do the darker grey bits, actually, these ones. These will be a bit easier to do. Yeah guys, we've got, if you're new to the stream, trying to get to 30 likes, so if you're enjoying how the illustration's looking so far and you want to see more content like this done, as well as for me to continue as long as I can go doing this, then be sure to hit the like button. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what I can do with these. It is appreciated if you when you hit the like button, because it helps get the stream out to more people on YouTube, but it also just shows you're enjoying the content. And the more likes on a stream or video on the channel, the more I know you guys want to see of that type of content. Can you turn Rosario plus vampire characters into dark fantasy armor, be similar to Berserker armor? I can look into it. I will confess I have not done much armor creation. I've done mech armors, but actually doing fantasy armor is a completely different thing. However, it's something I'm happy to look into as a potential idea, Zombie Dragon, and see what we can come up with. I do have quite an extensive list of ideas to go through and to turn into potential series, but happy to add more to the list always. Let's see if I can figure out some of this weird base crystalline stuff. Crystals don't have any major structure to them, so I'm just going to make something up for these. Yeah, literally just making this up where I can do. Yeah, well, DempseyJ Gaming is giving the heads up. Just call you Tony. Not a problem. I wish to see you in person. I wish to see in person. Also, can drawing of Infinity Stones as a dragon. I will look into doing an Infinity Stones as a dragon drawing. It will depend on when I do the next Anything as Dragons video or something that ties in with it. I do have to do a Phobias as Dragon video before I do any other type of genre as dragons, because that's, even though I did one a little while ago, that's always a popular one on the channel, and the person who kind of kick-started that and suggested it has done so much research into it. It's got to be done. There's like so many phobias they've done for it. I've got enough to run the series for a year easy, which is absolutely awesome and cool. But yeah, I'll definitely look into doing something with Infinity Stones. I might do an Infinity Stone variety episode where I make like a dragon, a mech armor, a dinosaur out of the Infinity Stones or something. that would be quite a interesting one to do, but it might be quite fun. I can't promise how soon that'll be though. I have got a few videos already promised to people, but I'm definitely up for doing that. I want a bit more yellow into this actually. That's great to hear. I love the idea of super armor being alive in a way. Yeah, no, that'd be quite cool. If I can get around to doing it, it's always a bit tricky to do armors and stuff, especially when I haven't had any experience doing them. But I am open to, you know, like with this, I've never done a superhero character turned into an anime girl style character at all. I don't know if Ruthen's still here, but it is a case of thinking about the light refracting, so I will check the chat in a minute, guys, but basically this part is, once you've got some basic shadows and lights in, add a lighter colour, maybe a yellowish colour for if it's a green diamond like this one, and use it to add some light very, very sparingly in the areas that are dark on the, as well as the lighter areas, but also just a little bit in the darker bits for the for where things are. You want them to kind of just blend in a little bit around. It creates like this, it's hard to explain, it creates like a highly refractive effect, almost as if everything in it's almost as if it's transparent but it's reflecting out, is the best way to describe what's kind of happening. You know, my request too. Oh no, I know Koi's request. Yeah, Koi's put it in. Now this is the beauty. Koi is a member on the channel, a member of the Patreon, and that means that the members get a video suggestion which gets section in the Discord, and being a member they get a slightly higher priority than everyone else, really. So Koi's suggestion is something that will be happening at some point on the channel. Being the only member, there's no other suggestions to rival it, so well done, Koi. But yeah, it is, if that's the one that you're on about, then yep, it is epic and it is awesome, and one that I will definitely be doing. Zombie Demon, what if instead of turning things to the army, you turn armor into other things like dragons, demons, and so on? That's actually a nice twist to that concept. I do like that idea of taking them and doing something with them, like doing the reverse concept, where it's like this. I could probably take famous anime characters, female ones like Kill la Kill or something, and turn them into a Ben 10 alien with a giant pair of scissors. Oh, maybe I should do that while we're on the topic of Ben 10 aliens and stuff. That might be a rather cool concept to do. So now what I need to do is, do I want to do purple on this or not? I need to think of the background colour. Alright, I'm going to put a very abstract background in on this, guys, just to... That works quite nicely. Just to do something to toy around with a couple of the concepts on this. So I'm going to do a really abstracty background You could be his rival, DempseyK Gaming, but you don't have access to the section in the Discord that Koi does. I don't think. I need to double check, but I'm not sure you do. Potentially, I just want to do some colour experimentation in the background here to try and make things. I've kind of got this go-to colour thing at the moment, kind of like bright with a bit of pink and stuff, and just doing it. But I'm looking to just add enough colour so when I blur this background, it just gives us something funky to work with for a minute. Just so the character stands out a bit more for the next step, because I need to figure out exactly how I'm going to do this next step. Once I've done this bit. It's quite nice to have this combination of styles that I've been doing on the channel come to life in these live streams. Patreon is simply incredible. Yes, it is absolutely insane what's on there. I would show it, but I don't have it set up to show currently. But you've got tons of my artwork on there, and the beauty is it's only, I'm going to plug it again, it's only £5 in British money. Not sure what it translates to some places, but it's basically £5. And yeah, you get all the artwork that's on there as downloads on the posts, some behind the scenes footage, and early access to artwork before a video drops. And as soon as this is finished, this final version, and what we do in the background, it will be going on to the Patreon as a download. It's the best place to get all the high-res images, which is going to be absolutely awesome, because once that's downloaded, you've got that available to put on your desktop, your phone, and everything else, and they look really cool when they're done. In fact, I can't show you because something's in use, but yeah, the high-res versions are so detailed you could zoom in really close to them. Right, so we've got this. So the next bit to do is to merge all of these down. I just duplicate that just to make sure I've got a backup in case something goes wrong. Merge all of these down and test the theory, because this is going to be kind of bringing my current style in with the new overlay and add. So I need to test these layers, that one and that one. This is my kind of test that you don't see in recording, and I'm testing the 2 layers for the shadows to see what that looks like, and then I have to test the overlay layer where I add extra colors, which is working fine, and then the add layer cool, they'll work fine. So clear that. Clear that. That one. And that one. It's a bit of an insight into the process, but what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to see what I can do. Yeah, it will be absolutely insane, Tony, once unless you're on about, oh, are you on about Zombie Demon's idea for that would be so awesome, turning Disney or Nintendo characters into dark fantasy monsters? I do love the fact that, Zombie Demon, you've got tons of ideas. Now we're going to have some fun. In case anyone's wondering, how do I know what I'm doing for the areas for the shadows? I kind of mapped a ton of them out earlier, which is really helpful for this bit. And my select tool set to be at a form of opacity that works for me. So I can see, I don't know if you can see clearly the difference between the selected lines and the non-selected after they're gone, but I can see them quite nicely on the iPad. Marvel Avengers are Demon Lords. Actually, that's quite a cool idea, that one. I think the hardest part of this is just deciding what areas you want these shadows to be in it. Yeah, Joy, I've done that one already. I tell you what, Joy, just for you, well, just for everybody, that was the Venomized Bowser we did. So, kind of got him Venomized, holding a Luigi hostage. That's also on Patreon to download. But yes, that one's being done already, Joy. I do love the suggestion, though. trying to see how that looks. Oh, that's looking quite nice, actually. I should do a venomized blobfish. Oh, that comment's going up. Yeah, that would be an interesting one, Joy. 25 likes. Woohoo! Nice. You know that anime Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? It might be cool if Ben 10 aliens were actually just creations of the alchemy. That would actually be a pretty cool idea. It's really funny because there's only slight differences between Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Full Metal Alchemist. The actual whole story concept, or the main story, is exactly the same in both series. It's just the way that they've done the artwork style and tweaked one or two of the actual story bits for the characters, which is quite interesting. Somewhere's missing some kind of... I feel that's missing a bit more here. Tony, that is on the channel. I've already done 7 Deadly Sins as dragons. It's way back to something I did last year, but it's 2 videos doing it, and yeah, it was one of my earlier video things that I did, but be sure to check it out. If you search dragons or 7 Deadly Sins on the channel videos, you should find it on the video tab. But yeah, I've done that one already. It was one of my first dragon turning things into dragons videos. Riven says, I recently saw the newest Minecraft snapshot having archaeology, cherry blossoms and the sniffer. Any Minecraft themed videos coming out soon? Not currently just yet. However, I do need to probably continue with some or do some Minecraft related stuff. I did have Minecraft characters and mobs and D&D monsters at one point, so maybe I should pick that back up. That was a fun series to do, actually. I might have to look to redo that series this year at some point. That could be quite an interesting one. Diamond Head at the Crystal Beast Alchemist. The hairs are looking too green, but you are drawing is so awesome. Yeah, the hair's going to have a bit of a colour twist to it. It does look a bit too green, but I will tweak a few shades in at the end. It's weird how it's going to change a bit later on. I will just tell you that now. I'll give you an example. So what happens is I'll add a few more darker areas throughout, just really quickly on here, and then when I go onto the overlay layer and I just pick out a few bits to highlight, which might seem a bit daft, but I'll be picking out a fair few bits. When I start adding these on top, they'll start getting an extra layer of colour onto it, which will just help make things shine a bit more. Not too much, but I can also just pick up a few areas to make get the ads. I can also pick up certain areas as well. And yeah, the greens will be in there and they will look quite strong. I think the other thing to also note though is that the main character is based off Diamond Head, who is pretty much all green. So the hair's going to have green. But I may add a few lighter colours into it. Venomized Toothless, welcome back. Oh. Wow, I think we've had 132 views in total on this the stream, which is actually quite awesome. Just highlight a few areas while we're working on that a bit. I think the ad layer is only going to need a few specific a few specific highlights. Let's see how that looks. Or maybe it won't even need any highlights, it just needs a bit of a add to the bang. Just to make a few areas of the hair stand out a tiny bit more. Minecraft Monsters D&D Monsters. I do have that on the channel as well. I put Minecraft mobs, so I made a creeper into a Minecraft mob. I've got the Ender Dragon as a character called Endoran, and they've got little bits of story and lore to them. So be sure to check those videos out as well. I'll have to create more playlists on the channel and stuff for people to find them. I do need to do that series again a bit later though. I do need to work on adding a bit more to it. I think now that'll do for the hair. Isn't that sorting a bit? The skin's kind of done already. I can add extra to it in a little bit. Do I continue with this side of the hair next, or do we move on to somewhere else? D&D Monsters and My Hero Academia characters I have not done yet, so that's an interesting one. Ever thought of Minecraft mobs as Ben 10 aliens or vice versa as a video? That could be quite interesting actually. The only downside to that is Heat Blast would basically just be a blaze. Unless I create him as a specific type of mob. Potentially that could be quite interesting. Not a problem. Zombie. I can't talk now. It's gotten to like 20 to 2 in the morning, and I can't talk. Not a problem, Zombie Demon. Thank you for joining the stream and all your awesome suggestions. And if I'm still streaming when you come back, then awesome. If not, I will catch you next time. Anonymous just tipped on the stream. Thank you so much for doing that. I've got no idea who that is, but unless the name is just Anonymous. I can't pronounce words now, but thank you so much. I do appreciate it. How do I want this bit to properly look? Oh, is it? Thank you so much, guys. Now I've got to figure out how I'm going to kind of colour in this blade section. I think this bit's probably going to be completely yeah, that looks a bit more like a blade. Oh, I'll get a little bit more shadow on it in a tiny bit. This is why I've got the second layer here. It allows me to just really darken a load of shadows in certain areas. And then when I go onto the overlay layer, I can add a few bits back in. Oh, that's a tricky one there. I can already imagine her fighting against Bakugo. Who do you think would win? It depends on a number of factors. It would probably be a tie or she would win. But unless Bakugo was going absolutely crazy or he had all for one kind of giving him a power boost. I feel that would give him an unfair advantage, but also that's probably what would happen. Although I do know from watching the My Hero Academia movies that Bakugo is way tougher than anybody gives him credit for. Way more tougher. Alright, there's special summon. Oh, wait, there's more. Special summon all 3 edition gold cards and attack you, and that increases kid life points. Yeah, I will then just discard 3 Karibos from my hand. No, a couple of My Hero Academia. Oh, it's the movie. I think it's called Hero Missions that I'm on about. He literally just shows he won't stop for anything. No, that's fine. If you want to do have a go at doing this piece in your style on your Instagram, that's not a problem. Just if anybody wants to do that, I don't have a problem. Just be sure to give credit back to, you know, where you got your reference image from. And the fact that, you know, just say you're trying to do your take on this character I did. But no, that's completely fine. As long as you give credit back, I've got no problem with that whatsoever. It's kind of like the one thing in the art community. As long as you give credit to where it's going for. I appreciate you asking. But yeah, have a go. I look forward to seeing it. I mean, I guarantee this isn't exactly my 100% idea for doing this. Someone's probably done this already or done a better version of it. Done it in their style. This is just my character take on it. I'm kind of keeping a bit of the paintery feel to some areas of this. I kind of want it to have that popping effect from it. Oh, that Justin, that's probably going to be another one we could do. That does sound like that could be quite a fun one. Alright, so let's go back down here. Let's start working on some of these more shaded aspects of what we can see. Really weird when I'm doing this selection because I kind of know what I want to select, but in my head it tells me so much and the rest of it's just pure guesswork. You've got to think very carefully where these lasso lines actually go so that you can have the whole highlighted effect that you want. And then that allows the whole area to be selected. I suppose the other thing is Reefan, did you manage to find the answer watching what I'm doing for these crystal bits to try and get that feel to it? I think I've nailed it more here on these top bits. They look like they are proper crystal gems, and you can see what I mean by the lighting in the shadows, just to give a little bit of that reflective feel to it. Hopefully that has helped you in what you were looking at. I appreciate that, Koi. This is turning out definitely a lot better than I was expecting it to. I had no idea going into this what's going to happen. Opinions on Ben 23? I don't really know. To be honest, I've forgotten which one that one is.
Which one is that one?
Well, I know that, but I think it's from the whole where all the Ben 10 alien, or all the versions of Ben 10 came together in that one animated movie. So I can't remember which one Ben 23 is. Is that the one that had no watch at all? I gotta figure out how I'm going to do those diamond bits at the bottom. He's the ultimate Ben that looks like 13-year-old Justin Bieber with the blue colour scheme and then I don't really. I'd have to recap onto all of that. I say my opinion is if he looks like Justin Bieber, as long as he doesn't sing like him or act like him, it's fine. If he's basically Justin Bieber as a Ben 10, then kill him, slay him, sacrifice him to Loki. Whichever one. Just, yeah. That's my age and generation talking. It's like, yeah, nah, slay him. Take him out, get him, destroy him. He's not worth it. I've lost track of what I was highlighting with this, so this is going to be interesting. I'm on the right layer, aren't I? Yes. Actually, that wasn't too bad on the selection. That's almost got the... kind of complete look and feel I was after for some of that. I am kind of happy with that. Oh, and Tony, thank you for your comment about the drawing is so awesome and beautiful and that you love it. I do appreciate that. Also, glad you've gotten an idea about drawing Steven Universe characters as D&D monsters. That'd be quite interesting. Yeah, I'm quite liking the diamond hand design on the floor. It's definitely one of my more favourite aspects of this design, especially since I wasn't really sure how to draw that when I started drawing it, if I'm going to be completely honest. I had a guess where the majority of it would go. Probably shouldn't say that on stream, but a lot of the stuff that looks cool in the artworks I don't plan any of this ahead. I have no idea. I think one of the things I like about doing the polls at the start of the stream or in the community tab of what we're going to do is I want to draw all of these options I want to know what you guys want me to draw. But at the same time, I don't think about anything in advance except for possible poses, if that. And that was just a pose to say a dynamic pose, and here's the 4 aliens that we've selected. I didn't actually plan any further ahead than that, so I am loving how this one's coming out. Oh, if he's calling this Heat Blast Charcoal Man, then he needs to go. You know, that's worse than calling it Flame Dude. In my honest opinion. Just, yeah, no. I do find it quite funny that they did make an influencer version of Ben in a universe. Echo, echo. Oh, I'm sure he does, Justin. I'm sure he's got far worse names. If I remember rightly, they were beyond cringeworthy. I do like this style where I'm mixing the kind of mixed in the painting style with the comic style now that we've got for the non-proper digital painting streams. So actually I'll bring that down a bit. So the non-proper streams that we've got, which are the ones that are, I say non-proper, it's because of the Cereledge one that I did last on Tuesday. I'll show that in a minute if you guys want to see that. Let me know in the chat if you want to see how that one came out. That was absolutely insane. The final version of that, I'm still trying to figure out how I did that. Which is what I'm slightly replicating in what I'm doing here. To a degree on this, but yeah, it's absolutely yeah, actually, I'll show that one now before I get too far into this. So basically, on Tuesday, we did this, which I'm not sure how we got to this in 3.5 hours, but it looks awesome. So, yeah, that's our kind of like digital painting style that we got to. I didn't know what I was going to draw for the pose. I didn't even expect this one to win. But yeah, it was absolutely insane. And then now we're doing a more anime style one. So just completely mixing it up a bit. Which is always good fun. Well, I suppose he's gone with the whole plumber theme there, hasn't he? It's the handyman. But, yeah, no, just... that's just shockingly terrible. Oh, well, I did think the upchuck one was quite funny, actually, in all fairness on that one. That's probably the decent one that he's got. Brain Frog, nah, that's just... yeah, nah. Just need the slightest bit of highlight here. Not much, but I just want to... I think that adds a bit more to that for that bit. Right, onto this side. I'm going to completely improvise something for the backgrounds to be put in there in a minute and see if it works or not. Taking inspiration from part of what we did on the Ledge stream. It might work, it might not. We will soon find out, or we will find out someone after. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but it's putting the shadows over the light and the light over the shadows, which makes something look crystallized. Which is really, really daft to say, because usually you keep them separate. But for a glass effect, you want that combination. Oh. There you go. Thought something looked weird in the middle of that. There's one where he talks Australian and looks like he's from Mad Max. Oh, that should be quite cool. I don't mind that. I quite like that idea. So many cool alternate bends. Yeah, that's the fun part about a lot of what you can do is as soon as you've got a character and you think, what about this? Or someone says, have you ever thought about doing this character this way? It's like multiverse, alternate versions. Let's go for it. Which is always quite fun. Okay, so now it's the hair. Great. The bits that I really don't like. Don't get me wrong, I love how it's turned out. I'm not sure how I'm going to get this huge bit to go. Yeah, Tony, that was a quite an interesting, fun, evil character. Right, so let's attempt to get this done, and then I'm going to do some of the line art, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to make the line art a lot softer in quite a few areas on this afterwards, and hopefully it's going to just make this piece pop more. I keep using the term pop more, but it's the best analogy I've got. It just makes it stand out from the rest of the page and everything, to be honest. I think the trick with this type of anime style hair is kind of, to a degree, less is more in some areas. I mean, the shadows give details for the bits that you want to have details, but at the same time you don't want tons of them or super harsh shadows everywhere. You kind of want to do it, and also follow the flow of where the hair's going. So if it's on a curve it a bit. It's just trying to pick the right areas to add a... Sorry, I got it on the screen here that I'm looking at just to see if it's... When I'm looking down at the piece, sometimes looking up at a section actually helps more. It's that switch of your eyes from one screen to another, but it's that gap that you've got. It can sometimes help you spot what's not super obvious. Did you do a video of Lord of the Rings drawing video on that? Chris Day says, that is why I love What If Marvel series. The Spider-Man stuff I'm still drawing is actually my own Spidey alternate universe. Alternate universe. Nice. Out of the Benton Alien Heroines, which do you think would be the oldest? Oh. Ghost Freak. Or, no, actually, Ghost Freak would probably be the ugliest. Oldest, I don't know. Clockwork, maybe? I mean, their species. Oh, what am I on about? It'll be Alien X, surely. Alien X has to be the oldest. I mean, power to control part of the universe and everything. There's no way they're not. So I think that has to be on the ad layer actually. Cool. I think that's the main bulk of the character done. Advert. So I think what I'm going to do is clip that, get a solid version of the paintbrush, I do have some effects to add on to this over the top. So it would be quite interesting to see what happens. But for now, it probably needs to be a bit darker. This bit's going to take a tiny bit of time to do, but it's going to be worth it in the end. It's one of like those final pièce de resistance bits when you do something or you create something and you put all the layer bits together and you're like, yeah, that just works. Also gives a bit more of a comic-y feel to it, which is quite nice. And then I'm going to really make those diamond bits pop in a minute, which will be quite fun. I say, still saying pop, I'll make them sparkle. They'll look a bit more like real diamonds in the sense. After I finish sorting out the bits around the hair and here. So that's that. This bit here needs to be done. Demps, were you happy with the roster of the negative 10? I was kind of. I have to admit, when they first brought out the roster for the negative 10, I was kind of like, yay, nay. I want that to be much darker for these ones. Slightly different green for these. Just slightly, not much, but it's enough to just about differentiate between the two. Did you do a video of God of War characters like Kratos monsters? No, I've done a fair few crossover videos on stuff, but there's a lot of videos genres that I haven't done, like Kratos God of War, Mortal Kombat and that, which I'd like to do. So I haven't done them yet. However, that doesn't mean they're not going to happen. Just means they haven't happened currently on the channel. So there is scope for them. Best bit to do is just leave suggestions on the comments on videos as you've watched them. And I get the comments come through, and as I get the comments, I tend to try and add them to a ongoing list I've got of videos to create content of. And I do go through them. The ones that will be either existing series or will be quite cool as a series, I often try to get done and put in. The other ones that are more... best way to describe it. The other ones that are more open to interpretation sometimes become live streams, like, well, this one. I wasn't sure how this would do. When this was put into the poll on Tuesday, Soledge actually won that poll. This one, I think, either came second or... well, I didn't win. But I put 3 of the options back into the poll for today, and this one seems to have won. I don't know if it's the fact it was just the top one in the list, and people just click the top one and go, yeah, there you go, done, or not. But kind of glad it was. It's definitely coming out to be one of the more interesting designs that I've done. Oh yeah, I've got to do this. Huge. Best thing about this, the clipping mask on the lines, is it's just it just affects the lines, not the rest of the picture, which is a rather cool trick. The other cool trick is I can select the colours of the lines to do the bits that I want to do in colour at any given point, which is really nice when you just want to select a couple areas and go, oh yeah, I missed a spot. Right, the skin needs to be more of a... I think that'll do for skin colour. It's been a while since I've actually done full soft line work on a illustration, in a sense. It's a bit it's nice, but it's a bit weird to do it after so long of not doing the super soft lines. It kind of, I've got a cross between a painting and a comic style. I feel like this is like a pure, this could be a comic character from any form of mainstream comic, DC, Marvel, or whichever. My ideal negative 10 be? Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to think about that and get back to you on that one, actually, Justin. I really don't have a clue which ones would be my picks for that. Okay, so I think I've got all the main lines done. So this is how you start to make it pop a little bit. So I want to get a blue. Add a bit of blue into the green hair a little bit. And then I'll play with the layer opacity and have a look at so get a bit of blue in there. And then I want to go straight for a bit of a yellow colour. Before adding maybe a bit of a pink colour, I'll do that on a new layer. Hey Shade Hunter, yes, it's Diamond Head. It's the only one we've been doing actually for the last 4.5 hours. We're adding some of the kind of like the lighting effects to see what happens if we hit an add color on it, which is quite cool. So the add color is kind of giving that kind of extra layers color and stuff, but also it's a very useful thing to I quite like that actually, giving a bit of a purpley green bit at the bottom of her hair. So instead of aliens, we're getting Marvel, DC, mutant meta. Kinda. Basically, we're looking to stick them into My Hero Academia or something like that, a hero school, in a sense, and yeah, take it from there. So kind of works out that way. I don't want that. I want something more. Does red work? Do I have to go darker? What happens if I actually add a green to it? I know I want to add an orange to the eye. And then that yellow just down a bit. And then the red here, just to make that stand out a bit. But we're not done yet. Is it really Justin? Oh, nice. I think Spider-Man would be similar to the Sellotape Man, if I'm there. It would be diamonds without a bit of a sparkle on it, would it? It's probably going to be way too many sparkles on here, but never mind. Yeah, she showed her. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Some kind of weird daughter mutation for Emma Frost would be probably perfect for it. So for the background, I feel it needs more added to it, so let's have some fun. Turn that layer off. You like the design? I'm liking it as well. I'm just going to work on something in the background quickly. Yeah, I'm just working on the background a bit just to create a... This looks so random what I'm doing, but it may make some sense in a minute once I'm... it might not be an 8-hour stream, it'll probably be about another 20 minutes, half hour, I think. It's almost done for the design of this one. I was going to have hands coming out behind it, but I think a more abstract-y kind of feel to it. I think we are starting to get near the end of this. I also think that this needs to have a bit more of a quite an average looking mouse, that's fine. Crushed diamond. I think we're almost done. Just need to yeah. No, we don't have a name yet. It probably will be something along Diamond Head related, but we don't have a name yet for that, Matthew. So if anybody's got a name suggestion to go in the comments below when we finish the video in a little bit, then that'd be awesome. I do like how this character's turned out. Not too sure about the background yet though. I don't know if I prefer it like that or kind of like just floating in limbo. suppose I need a few.
Do some more detailing on the ground.
Yeah, so I was thinking it needs a bit more.
Like the individual cracks.
Trying to find a texture that works for it.
Kind of looks like she's in area 0.
Yeah, she's in a cave of like diamond stuff, but if that makes it look like she's slightly in area 0, then that's quite funny. Gemstone like gemstone. That's a tempting idea. Gemma Stone, daughter of Emma Frost. That'd be quite interesting. I'm not sure which one it's going to go into, but it's definitely getting that. I kind of feel that that group needs to be above that high pass, but I kind of masked it. It's almost like that high pass needs to be underneath her a bit. Yeah, that's probably a bit better because she stands out a bit more now. What do you guys think? Do we like how this one's looking and how this final illustration's come out, or do we need a better background? Or they need to find a way to make this darker.
I think my background is supposed to be being voice.
No, it'll be blending too much in with the character. That's a bit better. The character kind of stands out a bit now. Cool. I think we're probably going to leave it there then. This is our Diamond Head character as a, well, Benten Alien as a anime heroine. So we haven't got a name, but we've had one suggested, a Gemma Stone, like a gemstone, which is quite cool. I'm really pleased with how this came out, and I'm loving how the hair came out because that's the hardest part I've got down. But yeah, I don't know if anyone's got any questions, but it's about 2:45 in the morning here in the UK, so I will be calling it a night. We've been going for almost 5 hours, so thank you everybody for joining the stream. Have you got any questions before I disappear, or are we all good and ready to call it a night, or a morning, or whatever time it is wherever you are? Yes, Justin, we are not drawing Ben 10 aliens on that. It's female heroes. Oh, and there's also another suggestion, Gemheart. So we got Gemheart and Gemma Stone. So I may put those two out into a poll on the community post when I share this one, and we will see what happens. But yeah, well, thank you everyone for joining the stream, and I will catch you guys later. Night, guys.